Okay, chapter 4, fair housing laws. We're going to forego little bit of a morning review today so that we could get a little bit ahead. So chapter 4, fair housing laws. This is going to cover the anti-discriminatory laws, both state and federal. We have to understand what discrimination is in order to be able to avoid it, and we need to know what the laws are, what the penalties are, what laws cover what kind of property, what the purpose of laws are that are out there, and then what kind of advertisements that we're allowed to do, which, because certain terms can be deemed discriminatory, and you may not think that they are. All right, so at the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify protections of the federal fair housing laws, including enforcement, describing the protections, New Jersey law against discrimination, which we call the LAD for short, and discuss the implications of fair housing laws for brokers and salespeople, how you should adjust your business accordingly. Equal opportunity in housing. Okay, so this is where we're starting on page 63. Federal, state, local laws about human rights and fair housing affect the rental, sales of every phase of the real estate transaction from listing to close. And failure to comply with fair housing practices is not only grounds for loss of license, but it's also an unlawful act. And when two laws cover the same topic, here's my little rule that I threw in there. When you got two rules that cover the same topic, two laws that cover the same topic, the more restrictive rule will always prevail. You always follow the most restrictive rule, because you're going to see, even though they fall under the same category, anti-discriminatory laws, you know, the equal rights, fair housing laws, different laws are created for different purposes. You may have one law for discrimination that has some exceptions to it. That's not a green light to go and discriminate. Exceptions are carved out because different laws are created for different reasons. And where two laws cover the same topic, the rule that's the most restrictive is the one you have to follow. Okay, well, I'll give you examples as we get up to it. So why do we have fair housing laws? Let's turn to page 64. So everyone can have equal rights to have a place to live, own, or rent, and be able to own personal property. And violating these laws is a criminal act. You know what? I seen a great video last night. I should have downloaded the damn thing. I'm gonna try to find it later, and because it was a little bit lengthy, but it was somebody talking about a lot of the things that we see going on in our environment now. You know, we got people that are trying to make an accusation that America is not a great place. America's inherently racist and all that. But if you actually look at our country, even though we have had things like slavery in the past, the creation of our country, when does anybody know when our country was created? What was the birth date of our country? 1776. 1776, right? Now, in 1776, that's when we officially became a country. And 1777 is when we added our first state. And when we added our first state, they had what was their rule? That they were not going to allow any more slaves into the state. They were cutting off slavery. And as we added more and more states, and as you see, the presidential elections went on and on and on through our country, they kept the whole purpose of creating this country was to create a land of freedom, to try to get rid of the slavery, which was a thing that was happening all over the world. It happened before Christ. It happened after Christ. It happened in times of Romans. It happened times after them. All right. It was not a new concept for our country here. But isn't it amazing in the short time that we've been a country, how we've been able to get rid of those types of ways that things have gone on in this world, you know, those racist type of activities. So if you actually look at it, for being such a young country that we are, we've done a pretty good job in equal rights for people and abolishing slavery and things. You know, people like to focus on the negative, but if you were to actually look at what our country has done, we have done a lot of good in this country, especially when you consider that there are still countries out there that still do have slavery. All right. And there's fanatics everywhere, and there's issues that we got to deal with. So we can't re-educate everybody, you know, but at least we could put some rules in place on how you're supposed to be treated. And you know, you may have one or two stragglers out there still, but for the most part, you know, I've been in real estate since 2003, early 2004, and how many people and how many instances have I come across where I've had clients that were making race an issue? It's very small number. Have I come across it? Sure, I have, but it's been very small number. I was expecting to see something more, but it's not as rampant a problem as you believe. If you look at the people out there today and how they're acting, we've done a very good job. So let's see. So equal opportunity in housing. Why do we have fair housing laws? Well, so everybody can have a place to live. And everybody can be able to own personal property. See, it wasn't enough for us just to free slaves. We have to give Black people the same rights that everybody else has. Everybody should have the ability to have personal property, like the clothes on your back. You could be able to own it, or a car, or a place to live. All right. So violating this laws is a criminal act. And we're going to go over different laws that cover the different types of property and the different purposes of them. And this started back in 1866, where we had our first huge rights ratified into our Constitution, right? So if we look back to the Civil Rights Act of 1866, anybody remember what happened in 1866? Who was president back then, do you think?
Lincoln.
Lincoln, right? And what did Lincoln do that was so famous?
Well,
Freed the slaves.
abolish slavery.
Okay, he abolished slavery, okay, or was working to it, right? So he freed the slaves at least, and they had to still work on it. It was still a work in progress because some states were for it, some states were against it. Another amazing thing, you know, we should really get our teachers should really be doing a better job in teaching basic civics in school these days, because I hear all the time, especially when, you know, you get presidential elections, you get people all the time, if they don't get the outcome that they want, they're like, we should abolish the Electoral College, right? You guys ever hear that? Well, you know what? I got a video. I think I'm going to post it online, but we're not going to do it in class. The Electoral College, the purpose of this, when it comes to elections, we don't vote presidents. We never did as a popular vote. Our founding fathers were very smart. They wanted to make sure that not just that the mob ruled. Okay, if that's the case, we would still have slavery today if the mob ruled. Okay, because the Electoral College, if it wasn't for the Electoral College, President Lincoln would not have been elected. All right. At that time, they were trying to do away with the Electoral College again because they knew what his plans were. So it's an interesting concept. What it does is it gives all the states, whether they're on the coast and they're the most populated, or if they're inland, that they all have a voice that needs to be heard. Okay, so that means that anybody who's trying to run our country, they have to be a representative of all the people, not just the ones with the biggest mouths. Okay, so if you look at it through history and the reason why we have it, it puts in a lot of protections for us, and it has done a lot of good. All right, so it's amazing how people have selective memories these days that they want to get rid of it, you know, and it becomes a popular thing because hey, things trend online, right? You like it, okay? They become popular, and people get all crazy about things that they're popular. They call it, it's trending, right? However, what about the people that don't like things that are trending? They don't like the trends. So we need everybody to have an equal voice here. And so the Civil Rights Act of 1866 became part of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution that granted equal rights to all citizens for ownership of real and personal property. He said that when they did this, what they said is that Black people will have the rights, all the rights, as white people thereof. Okay, of course, it took a while to institute, but nonetheless, you got to start somewhere, right? So when it comes to race, there are no exceptions to this federal law. All right, we're going to learn there's other federal laws and state laws that may have exceptions carved out to them, but because they have exceptions carved out to them, it doesn't mean that you could discriminate against somebody, and especially when it comes to race, because it'll always go back to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which is the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It applies to race, and when it comes to race, there are never any exceptions to the law. You can never discriminate against somebody because of their race or color. And we're going to see that they also added religion into this too. So when it comes to race, there are and national origin, okay? Because even as our country started growing, and there were still segmented groups, as Black people were being discriminated against. Who was also getting discriminated against were foreigners, okay? You could look back in history and just see how the Irish were treated, how the Polish were treated, how when people were coming off from certain countries, they were treated like second-class citizens as well. So when it comes to race, there's no exceptions to the federal law. And the types of property that are covered by the Civil Rights Act of 1866, not the 1968 one, we didn't get to that yet, but that's the one that we're most familiar with. All real estate, residential or commercial, including unimproved land, are included in this law. And so is personal property, like the clothes on your back and all of your personal belongings, okay? So that's all property is covered by this. When you're talking about real estate, it's all real estate, residential or commercial, and also includes your personal property. And what are the protected classes? They're race, color,
ethnicity.
and in 1987, as recent as 1987, they added a couple more protected groups here. Ethnicity and religious groups were also added as protected classes to the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Now, the enforcement, who enforces these federal laws? Well, it's HUD. HUD is the Department of Housing and Urban Development. You may have heard of it. Now, anybody who feels like they've been discriminated against can file a complaint under the federal law. If they feel like they've been discriminated against under the federal law here, they have 1 year from the date of their the discriminatory act took place to file a complaint and have that complaint heard before an administrative judge within HUD. HUD has their own judges that all they do is listen to discriminatory cases. That's all they do. All right. Or if you want to make a federal case out of it, you ever hear that term? If you want to make a federal case out of it, well, if you want to make a federal case out of it, you have 2 years then to have it heard in federal court. Okay. So how long do you have to file the complaint?
1
year.
1 year. Unless you want to make a federal case out of it, then it's 2.
2 years.
Right?
2 years.
Okay. And if you have it heard in federal court, there are no monetary caps on awards and settlements. Whereas within HUD, they have monetary caps on the fines and the awards that people get. Okay, they have a standard way of doing things, standard fines, etc. But if you want to make a federal case out of it, well, it has to be heard in federal court. Things are a little more difficult to prove, but then you get you have more time to file the complaint, and there are no monetary caps. Okay, so let's highlight in the book this on page 64. On the
This
second,
one in the part so we can highlight.
we're going to highlight Civil Rights Act of 1866, that's in bold. Then on a line below it and to the right, we're going to highlight race and color. We're not highlighting the whole lines. We're just highlighting the things I'm saying. We're highlighting this where it says in bold, Civil Rights Act of 1866, then 2 lines below it and to the right, we're going to highlight, or the next line below it and to the right, we're going to highlight race and color. Then 2 lines below that, we're going to highlight real and personal property, because that's the type of property that's covered, right, by this law. All right, now let me read through it a little bit, and then we'll and then go all the way down to the bottom and highlight no exceptions are allowed to this federal law. The very last line in this section. No exceptions are allowed to this federal law. So Civil Rights Act of 1866, that was an outgrowth of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. So this law was prohibits any type of discrimination based on race and color. It says that all citizens of the United States shall have the same rights in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens thereof to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, and convey real and personal property. You highlighted real and personal property there. And because of its reference to white citizens, this law has been widely interpreted as prohibiting discrimination based on race and or color. Now, in 1987, in a court case involving the old Civil Rights Act, the Supreme Court broadened the definition of race, implying that it may also apply to ethnic, highlight ethnic, or even some cases religious groups, and highlight religious groups. Okay, so now what do you have highlighted totally in this whole section? Civil Rights Act of 1866, race and color, real and personal property are covered, and ethnic and religious groups, and there's no exceptions allowed to this law. Boom. You got highlighted just what you need to know. Or you could study the hell out of this slide that's right in front of you, where I neatly buttoned everything up for you, because we didn't even go over the fines yet, but I got all that stuff over here already too. I got who enforces it and what the, and the no monetary caps, because the fines on this are oddball numbers. We do not need to memorize them for this law, okay? You'll see what I'm talking about. It's going to be coming up in the next page or two. Okay, next we have the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1978, which the part of it that we're going to focus on is Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which is called the Federal Fair Housing Act, okay? So Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 is the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, okay? It pertains to housing. Now, it does have some exceptions to it, except for race, remember? Because there's always, we always fall back on the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the oldest law, which has no exceptions when it comes to race. So the type of property covered under this, wait, let's just stop for a second. Let's not even read it. Federal fair housing. What kind of property do you think is covered?
Section 8.
Well, under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, what kind of property do you think is covered by this law?
I guess houses like
So residential property.
Residential.
Dwellings.
So residential properties only.
mhm.
It doesn't cover commercial. It doesn't cover personal property. It's residential. This law was specifically for housing so that people have a house to live, right? Now, that includes vacant land that's used to build housing on. So types of property covered by this law are residential property for sale or lease or transfer, and it includes vacant land for residential use. The protected classes are race, color, religion, or national origin. Now, later on, they added a couple more. They added sex in 1974 as a protected class. And then in 1988, they added people with disabilities. That includes people with AIDS And familial status, that means you have children under the age of 18 are also a protected class. Alcoholics and people who are in drug treatment programs are considered a protected class. However, current drug abusers are not, nor are anybody else who poses a threat to the health or safety of others. All right. So let's see, not protected classes are current drug abusers, people pose a threat to health and safety of others. Okay. And there are some exceptions to the law, which we're going to go over as well. But let's first now go to the book and do our highlighting here. So under the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, on the second line, we're going to highlight Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 is contained in Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. And then just below that, we're going to highlight race, color, religion, or national origin. And at the end of the line, highlight residential property. So you know some of the protected classes already there. And what section of the Civil Rights Act covers housing? Title 8, right? And what kind of property? Residential. Okay, so the Federal Fair Housing Act covers dwellings and apartments as well as vacant land acquired for the construction of residential buildings and prohibits the following discriminatory acts. So we're going to go over just this list here. Let me see if I have it on the slideshow as well. Nope. Okay, but these are some of the things we're going to go over in this list. But anyway, let's read this. Refusing to sell, rent, or negotiate with any person or otherwise making a dwelling unavailable to any person. That's a violation of the law. Changing terms, conditions, or services for different individuals as a means of discrimination. Practicing discrimination through any statement or advertisement that restricts the sale or rental of residential property. Representing to any person as a means of discrimination that a dwelling is not available for sale or rent, when in fact it is. Or making a profit by inducing owners of housing to sell or rent because of the prospective entry into the neighborhood of persons of a particular protected class, let's just say. So let's highlight race, color, religion, national origin, disability, and familial status. And then at the end of that line, I want you to write the word blockbusting like you see on the slideshow in front of you.
Wait, where's that at?
This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet point. At the end of the fifth bullet point down under Federal Fair Housing Act of 68, page 64 there.
Yeah.
You're going to highlight the protected classes, race, color, religion, national origin, disability, and familiar status.
Okay.
And then you're going to write right after that the word blockbusting, because that pretty much describes what blockbusting is. Okay. So blockbusting is actually a tool that was used by people to play on people's fears of a protected class to scare them into selling their property. And this was a tool that was usually used against white people to scare them to sell their property so that they could have black people move into the area. Okay. See, they were trying to see with the whole equal rights thing, you know, what they're trying to do with the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and equal rights, and everybody has to have, you know, no discrimination against being able to get loans in order to buy real estate and all that stuff. They're trying to do away with a lot of these discriminatory practices, but there was still some discrimination outright written in the law. One of the things they were saying is, okay, well, okay, black people have a right to own a home. So what they were trying to do then is, well, make homes available. So they were trying to relocate white people to scare them out of an area so that they could sell those properties to black people. Now, what they were doing is they were scaring the white people into selling their homes, saying these people, whatever the protected class is, not just black people, but also people of religion, or if there are foreigners, you know, the people that were considered the second class citizens, right? They're trying to scare them that these people are moving in, they're going to drive down your property values. So what they would do is they would scare them into selling, and they would buy the property from them, of course, at a discounted rate, right? And then they would turn around and sell it to the very protected class at a marked up rate. So they would make money off of it. It was about the green, it was about the money. And, you know, you have opportunists out there, even today, that, you know, we call them race baiters, right? They want to keep racism alive because there's some kind of advantage to them, whether it's political or it's financial. In this case, it was financial. All right. Now, yesterday I pulled up something. I found an article, I was reading on it because I was looking for information, trying to always, you know, improve these slideshows and such. And let me see, I made a note of some of these links. How they even put now, let me see. Okay, share the web browser here. Okay, here's Wikipedia. Okay, and here we could just look up blockbusting here on Wikipedia. This is what we have. And as you go through it, you can look at some of the methods of blockbusting and what was used. Okay, now where did this start? This was actually a process that started in Chicago, Illinois. The term blockbusting, they say, may have originated in Chicago, Illinois. It's where companies and builders and developers and agent provocateurs, those were non-white people who were hired to deceive white residents of neighborhoods into believing that black people were moving into the neighborhood. I seen a documentary one time about this on National Geographic or History Channel, where they actually showed there was white people and black people working together to scare white people out of a neighborhood to sell their homes. Okay. Now, what they were doing was, trust me, we're going to be getting into discrimination against black people as well. What they were doing is they were scaring white people into selling their homes. They were teaming up together. See, they would say, these people are moving into the neighborhood. And an example back then, the majority of the time, that would be black people. And they would say, these people are going to be moving into your neighborhood. And they would pay somebody, they'd pay a young black woman to push a stroller then down the street. And they'd be like, look, they're already moving into the neighborhood. Oh, your neighborhood's going to go downhill. The property values are going to drop. And then they would scare this person into selling their home. And they would buy it at a discounted rate. And they'd turn it around, mark up the price, and sell it to black people. And then they'd knock on the neighbor's door and say, hey, look who's moving into the neighborhood, you know? And this was the fear mongering that they did. So that's just an example of that. Okay. You could read through this on your own time if you like. I just wanted to show you the resources of this. They even show you some movies where they use that as an example of what they did.
Victor, didn't they have something like that happen in New Jersey?
Well, this happened all over, but this is where it originated. These practices originated in Chicago.
I thought I could see in the news or something like not too long ago, like a couple years, I don't know how many years, but it happened in New Jersey. They came in all the news, something about something similar to that.
Well, these days when you see it, it's not necessarily, you know, black people are moving into the neighborhood that they use as the fear, but you could see it that they could use this they use this commonly now on if it's done. I don't want to say it's common, but if you see this, it could be done to scare white people. It could be done to scare black people or Hispanic people. Look, we've seen it with people. What's another one of these? What's another one of the protected classes?
I remember it was loans. It's for loans.
Well, that's something different. We're going to be getting to that in a minute. Okay. So just hold on to that thought. Okay. Look, I lost my thought here. What are some of the other protected classes? Disability, right? we've seen in modern times, we've seen a little bit more nowadays is, what about halfway houses for people in drug treatment programs or recovery? You know, hey, did you see what they're going to be doing with the house next door? These people, you know, are going to be moving into the area. It's the same thing. They're playing on the fears of a protected class. That protected class being people in treatment programs. You know, these people are going to be moving into the neighborhood. They're going to be driving down your property values. You're going to see crack vials all over the place, and you know they're going to be endangering your children. You know, that's the same crap that they were pulling back then. They were like, "Oh, black people are moving into the neighborhood. Your white daughters are going to be getting raped and murdered." You know, they play on fears of a protected class to try to scare you into selling your home. Okay, so you know the times have changed a bit, but the practices are still the same if you see them around, okay? You know, it's rarer to see this now because we got federal laws in place that are specifically against this stuff. But am I going to say, is it totally abolished? Do people not discriminate anymore now because there's laws against discrimination? No, that'd be stupid, right? So let me look up another resource that I found here, not just a Wikipedia, but Encyclopedia Chicago History. All right, where in blockbusting, it refers to real estate agents and real estate speculators to trigger the turnover of white-owned property homes to African-American homes. They were trying because they wanted with the rights changing, that black people have the rights to own homes, and they put anti-discriminatory laws that they can't discriminate on their lending practices and stuff. What they were doing is they were trying to say, well, we want black people to only live in certain areas. And in order for that to happen, we need the white people to get out of them. So how do we get them out of there? We scare the white people out. Okay. So this is basically some of the practices that were going on. And this is an example of what they were doing. Is they were even going over now in those areas where they were relocating white people to, the white people who didn't mind living in neighborhoods where there was black people living and Hispanic people, etc. What they would do is they would put what we call restrictive covenants. A covenant is a legal promise. They would put restrictive covenants in deeds that people would have to sign that say that they're not going to rent, or if a white person owns a property, they're not going to rent or sell it to a person of color. Okay, and so we have examples here. Here's an article that talks about this as well that I dug up yesterday, and it even has. If you were to dig in this is one in where is this? I think, yeah, this is in Chicago as well. See, a lot of this stuff was really going down and created there in Chicago. All right. Here's an association. Here's an example of the actual documents, you know, the Auburn Property Restriction Association. Okay. The Anti-Colored Restriction Agreement. Okay. So they had actually written, I'm not going to go through it. It's like 3 pages long, but it's a discriminatory document. So if you still see people, you may still have family members who own homes that have such restrictions written in the deed. If they owned them back then and they were passed down to their family members, they could still have restrictions like this in the deed that are, by today, they're considered discriminatory. So therefore, those restrictions that may still be written in their deed is an illegal. It is an illegal restriction. It is not enforceable because it is illegal by the law, because this is discrimination and it's not allowed anymore. All right. But you may still see properties, people who've had properties in their family for decades that have these illegal restrictions in the deeds. This is how gentrification came along. Now, gentrification is a little bit something else. Gentrification, somebody asked me the question, this is how gentrification came along. Well, gentrification is more like a lot of people these days, you see this common with in Jewish neighborhoods, where devout Jews need to live within walking distance of their houses of worship. Okay, so what happens is you're going to see that they like to buy a lot of Jewish people will buy a lot of homes up in an area. Now, gentrification is, I like to refer to it as sour grapes. It's people complaining after the fact. Let's just say that you have a neighborhood and you get these people that they come in, these Jewish people, they come in and they're not forcing anybody to sell their home. They're coming and they're asking you if you'll sell it, and they're willing to even pay you well above market value for it. Okay, do you have to sell it to them?
No.
No, you
No.
don't. No, you don't. But if somebody's willing to pay you more than market value for your home, would you take it?
I'm selling it.
Consider it.
Boom, I'm selling it. Now this term comes about, a lot of people start complaining after the fact when they see that now you have so many Jews that are living in the area, and maybe they're doing improvements, and now property values are going up altogether, and now people start complaining, oh yeah, they pushed everybody else out of that neighborhood so that they could take it over. They gentrified that area. All right. It sounds more like sour grapes to me than anything. That, oh, I shouldn't have sold it, I mean, well, you made out. They paid you more than what the market value was on to begin with. Did you have to sell? Did they kick you out of that neighborhood? No, they did not. All right. So that's a different argument altogether. That's more of a social argument than anything. But you didn't have to move. You chose to sell and move in those instances. Here, let's. We're going to get to redlining. When we get to redlining, I have some other things to show you, and that's when it comes to lending. You were talking about that. All right, let's just go back to the slideshow for now. Baby steps. Okay, so block busting is sometimes also known as panic peddling, as you can see on the slide in front of you. This, like I just explained it to you, they would play on a homeowner's fears of a protected class to try to induce them into selling, and then they would turn around and sell it to the protected class who they were using to fearmonger, and they would sell it to them at a marked up price to make money. Okay, so as you can see, a lot of times these discriminatory things at this point were not really about discrimination. They were more about the money and using discrimination as a tool. Okay, because both white and black people were doing it. Okay, they were doing it together even. All right, so the next bullet point, altering the terms or conditions for a home loan to any person who wishes to purchase or repair a dwelling or otherwise deny such a loan as a means of discrimination. That one, I want you to write redlining next to it. Now, redlining does not have to deal just with loans to buy a home. It also has been used in the past for insurance. So here, let me use this definition I got up here. Redlining is refusing to give financing or mortgage loans or insurance policies, even though the person can afford to pay for it, as a means of discrimination. Okay. Now, once again, this term redlining, this thing started up in Chicago again, because when they were redoing these housing markets, they were redrawing some of these maps of where they're going to lend to people. So if they wanted black people to only live in a certain area, how are they going to restrict that when the law does not allow it? Well, they're not going to give loans in certain areas to a person of color, right? So this was a discriminatory tool that lenders were using to dictate where a person of color could live. All right, let's go back again to that browser screen. And
Can you go back to that redlining definition once you finish with this one? Because I was copying that.
I'll put it up right now while I look for the link. Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Also on page,
Yes.
it's also on page 67.
Yeah, that's where I'm writing it, but I'm writing it next to the word.
All right, so, yeah, but my definition is a little bit clearer than what the book has, even on the other page too.
That's why I'm copying it.
Yeah.
Now, will the test have this definition or a definition is more similar to this or like the book?
This is what you need to know for exam.
Okay.
Right. Redlining has to deal with money. It has to deal with either financing or the insurance. Both cases have to deal with money, right?
Okay.
So even though you can afford an insurance policy, and even though you can afford to pay the mortgage on a house, they wouldn't give it to you. All right. Damn, I don't have a red pen here. Okay, so basically, what happens when we talk about financing? You know, they use either blue ink or blue or black ink or red ink, right? What does red ink typically symbolize?
A problem.
Negative, a problem, not good, right? So what they would do is they would put a red line through your, well, they would not do this. I'm trying to put a visualization in your head so you remember what it is. They put a red line through your application or use red ink when they're not going to give you the loan, okay? Now, to be a little bit more accurate with this, I mean, I do have a resource. Here's a website that I pulled up, okay? There is the one university here of Richmond. They actually have a database of archives of different areas in different states. I just looked up New Jersey and they pulled up some counties here where they have archived historical applications and redlining maps that lenders used to use. Okay, here's some of them that they used to use in New Jersey. All right, and now these are kind of large files because they're high definition scanned maps here, but the maps on them, they have, let me see if I can open this. Hopefully this one's not too big. This is a JPEG. Wow. It must be a big file because I got a gigahertz internet connection. Look at how this is loading. It's like a dial-up modem. What the hell?
That's because you can zoom in on any part and it'll be clear.
Yeah, it's going to be a super high definition scan here. So this is probably a huge file. All right. But anyway, you see that there's different areas, the red areas. Okay. The red areas, these are probably the areas that had a higher Black population or foreigners. Okay. So Black people are, you know what? I got a video that'll explain this so I don't have to do it. Okay. Don't trust my word on it. Okay. So I think the blue areas, oh no, the green areas were the best areas here. Okay, these were the up and coming areas, mostly white people, and the up and coming areas that were improving. Blue areas were like blue collar people, working class. You know what? Once again, I'm explaining it to you. Let me just put in here. I have a link over here. I don't agree with this whole entire video the way they put it up because there is.
You know what's so sad, man? You know what's wild?
I don't want to play that. There's some swearing in there, so. Anybody knows Chris Rock? Chris Rock got some salty language, right? So I just don't want to have that in the class for you guys. Don't want to offend anybody. But anyway, that little skit about Chris Rock, you know, he goes on to tell you how, you know, how come Martin Luther King Jr. is the most peaceful person that's out there? You know, he preached peace, right? But how come every town that you go into that has a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is the place where the most violence goes down, where people are always getting shot and killed? All right. That was his bit of a skit to that. Okay, now this was put together by NPR. NPR's got its later on in the video, it turns to more political opinion, and they start getting away from fact a little bit. They start obscuring the lines. But at the beginning of the video, they do a pretty good job explaining what the redlining part is. That part is accurate. And then as the video starts going on, it starts getting a little So I'll just show you guys here what redlining
Junior, which
really is.
tend to be in, let's say, distressed areas. And he's not wrong, because if you look at the way housing segregation works in America, you can see how things ended up this way. Once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. Okay, let's look at MLK Boulevard in Baltimore. I want to show you how to see housing segregation in schools, in health, in family wealth, in policing. But first, an explanatory comma. It's the 1930s in the wake of the Great Depression. FDR is president. He wants to bring economic relief to millions of Americans through a collection of federal programs and projects called the New Deal. One part of that New Deal was the National Housing Act of 1934, which introduced ideas like the 30-year mortgage and low fixed interest rates. So now you have all these lower income people who can afford homes. But how do you make sure they don't default on their new mortgages? Enter the Homeowners Loan Corporation. The HOLC created residential security maps, and these maps, they're where the term redlining comes from. Green meant best area, best people, aka businessmen. Blue meant good people like white collar families. Yellow meant a declining area with working class families. And red meant detrimental influences, hazardous, like foreign born people, low class whites, and most significantly, Negroes. Again and again on these HOLC maps, one of the most consistent criteria for redline neighborhoods is the presence of Black and brown people.
Trying to pause it. Okay, so he's showing some of these applications that when people apply for loans, the lender has to fill out these applications they're submitting to the lender. And some of the things that they were taking into consideration had nothing to do about the real estate. It had to deal with the area where the property is. Now, still today, they do that as well to a certain degree. They talk about, is the real estate market values trending up, trending down? Are they level as a whole? But this is a little bit different. This is not taking into consideration just market prices. Look, it's taken into consideration the inhabitants. Who is there? Is this executive and professional type people that are in that area? Is it working class? There's as you could see, as they were scrolling through this, there's different categories here. There's one category, I think it's a little bit up higher, whether they're white, Asian, foreign born, or speaking. Here's a class. Oh, right here. It's right in front of my face. You see where it's here in blue? Foreign born, nationality, or Negro. So and the percentage. That's how they were putting weight in that to whether they're giving loans or not still. That's discriminatory. So they cannot do that. All right. At least they can't do it today. But back then in the 20s and 30s, that's what they were doing back then. All right. But this is all illegal now.
Let's be clear. Studies show that people who lived in redlined areas were not necessarily more likely to default on their mortgages, but redlining made it difficult, if not impossible, to buy or refinance. So landlords abandon their properties, city services become unreliable. In most places, crime increases and property values drop. All of these conditions fester for 30 years as white people.
All right. The whole purpose here isn't to show this whole video. The whole purpose was just to show you the breakdown of how the redlining worked and how they classified the different areas of, up and coming, declining, good area, bad area, who's living in the area. And they take that into consideration when they're going to give a loan, all of which is illegal. Okay. So that would be redlining. Okay, so that's what redlining is. Redlining has to deal with the financing aspect of it, though. Okay. Next, denying people membership or limiting their participation in a multiple listing service or real estate brokers organization or other facility related to the sale or rental of dwellings as a means of discrimination. All right. Remember, I actually told you that I think on the first or second day, I think we discussed this, that there is it's not just the Association of Realtors. We now look for different ways that we can segregate ourselves again. Okay. Some people may try to reframe that and say, oh, we celebrate our differences. Okay. Well, once you continue to celebrate your differences, it's one thing having a heritage. It's another thing to continually create special groups to segregate each other, to keep each other in, because now you're keeping those differences alive and a wedge between people. So we have today, though, we have REBAC, the African American Association of Realtors. We have AREA, the Asian American Association of Realtors. We have the Hispanic Association. We have Women's Council. How come we're not all just realtors? Okay. But I obviously do not fall in the classification of any of those, do I? Just by looking at me? Right? But I cannot be denied membership in any of those organizations because that would be discrimination as well. That's what that last bullet point was just describing. Okay, I could join any of these realtor organizations and I cannot be denied. And I'm not. They actually reach out to me to join. Now, I have joined some of these in the past. I haven't kept up my membership though, because it's just another bill to pay, right? It's another membership fee, another due to pay. And all in all, why do you join these things? Hopefully you'll get additional education and get something out of it from the learning aspect of it. Networking is fine and all, but as it is, my schedule is full. I don't have time to network, right? So, but you know, new agents, you may have a little time for that to network and get education by joining some of these other additional realtor groups, and go for it, you know. They may help you get business from areas, you know, like I know AREA, the Asian Association of Realtors, you know, they deal with, we've got the one lady who's the president of it for New Jersey is out of Edison. The one lady, I don't know if she's still the president of it, but she was when they first created it here in New Jersey, Mei Ling from M3 Realty over there. Somebody else may be it now. And they actually used it for, because you were seeing a lot of investors, and you still are, you're still seeing a lot of investors coming in, cash investors wanting to buy real estate here in the United States from China, you know, places like China or India, coming in and wanting to buy real estate here in the United States. So these groups talked about the unique issues that they got to go across, you know, purchasing, you know, foreign people who are not American citizens buying real estate in the United States or getting loans to buy real estate, and the challenges, if any, that they have, and the things that are unique to those situations, how to get the business, how to communicate, you know, that's some of the issues that these groups go over and they discuss. At least that one does. You know, different groups have their own niche and reasons why they put together, right? Let's continue looking now. The next bullet point, I want you to draw a line between it or just highlight the title of the next one, but actually highlight the title of the next one. It says exceptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act include the following, and then put a line above it, separating it from that, because it's not one continued run-on bullet list here. This is a separate list. There should be a break here because this is now talking about the exceptions to the Federal Fair Housing Act. So this law does have some exceptions to it. The sale or rental of a single family home is exempt. Now don't start asking me, why do we have these exemptions? They put exemptions in the law for different reasons, some of them that may not be readily apparent to us, but as we read through the exemptions, some of them will be kind of obvious to you. Other ones may not be so obvious. So I may not know the answers to all of these, why they have them, but there are exceptions. They're put in there for specific reasons, okay? But remember, because there's an exemption to the law, doesn't mean that you could discriminate. Remember, when it comes to things like race and color, you can never discriminate. According to what law? Because you got to go by the strictest law. What's the strictest law pertaining to that?
Civil Rights Act,
Which one?
1866.
The Civil Rights Act of 1866. Now, you don't even need to remember the year. You could just remember the one from the 1800s, the old one, you know, when Lincoln was president, you know? Hopefully I'll stop ringing. Oh. Okay. All right. So the sale or rental of single family homes exempt when the home is owned by an individual who does not own more than 3 such homes at one time, and when A, A broker, a salesperson, or agent is not used because under no circumstances ever are we allowed to discriminate. Because remember, these are anti-discriminatory laws, but we also have to follow real estate licensing laws, right? And real estate licensing laws say that we as real estate agents, under no circumstances ever are we allowed to discriminate. And B, discriminatory advertisement was not used. If the owner is not living in the dwelling at the time of the transaction or was not the most recent occupant, only one such sale by an individual is exempt from the law within any 24-month period. Now, we're going to go over an example pertaining to this law where somebody thought that this was a green light for them to go ahead and discriminate. And it ended up being a federally challenged in the federal courts. So we'll go over that in just a moment. Now, the rental of rooms or units is exempt in an owner-occupied 1 to 4 family dwelling. Well, if you're living in the house and you're renting out a room in your house, I guess you could select who it is that you want to live with you in your unit, right? Dwelling units owned by religious organizations may be restricted to people of the same religion if membership in the organization is not restricted on the basis of race, color, national origin, disability, or familial status, right? And religious organizations usually aren't. Look at my church. I'm a member of the Polish National Catholic Church, okay? We've got plenty of Black members in our church, okay? So it has nothing to do with color, right? It's the religion, they all believe in God. It's just the different different belief systems of the different types of religions, okay? But it should not be discriminatory. A private club that is not open to the public may restrict the retail, the rental or occupancy of its lodgings that it owns to its members. Okay, so a private club can restrict the rental of any lodgings that it owns only to its members. Once again, as long as those lodgings are not operated commercially. Now, highlight, in 1974, an amendment added sex as a protected class, and in 1988 added 2 new classes that were added: those with mental or physical disabilities, including AIDS, and familial status, like we see on this last slide. Although alcoholics and persons in treatment are considered a protected class, okay, we can stop the highlight there. Drug abusers are not, nor are those who pose a threat to the health or safety of others. Continue highlighting here. Housing intended for older persons is exempt from the familial status requirement if it's solely owned by those 62 or older. And I want you to write in the margin like I did. I wrote in the margin here. Hold on, let me pull up the view so that you guys can see it. You see what I wrote in the margin here? I wrote senior housing, and I have it pointed to that because this is defining what senior housing is. Housing intended for persons, older persons, is exempt from the familial status requirement if it's solely occupied by persons 62 or older. So what is considered senior housing? 62 and older. And then the rest of the paragraph, as you see here, you see I put that bracket around the remainder of this paragraph. I wrote next to that in the margin, 55 plus community, because the rest of the paragraph is describing what a 55 plus community is. So you see how I did that? Everybody see that?
Yeah.
So what is a 55 plus community? Then you may be asking. Well, let's go back here. So if 80% of the units are occupied by at least one person who's 55 years or older, and the housing facility or community posts and adheres to policies that demonstrate its intent to be housing for people who are 55 and older, and complies with HUD's rules, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Okay, so let's see. Can you buy a unit in a 55 plus community and not be 55 or older?
No.
No. It's meant for those 55 and older. Can you own a unit there and not be 55 or older?
No.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Wow.
Let's take a look at this for a second. It says here in the book, if 80% of its units are occupied by at least one person who's 55 or older, okay? You can have people that are living in there that are under 55. But is it possible for you to own and be under 55? Yes. What if the person who was 55 or older died and they left it to you, their child that's under 55? Sure, you can own in there. But the community has to keep a tight, they got to keep a close eye on the number of units that are owned or occupied by people who are under 55. Because if the occupancy falls below 80% of at least one person that's 55 or older, now it no longer complies with the HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development's guidelines for certain benefits or exemptions to be considered a 55 and plus community or housing for older persons. So if you're ever selling a property, you guys get a listing in a 55 plus community, the MLS has a field for you an option for a field that you could select that this is a 55 plus community. But if you put that listing into the MLS that it's for a 55 plus community, and you don't have the disclosure signed by the property management and the property owner that this is housing meant for older persons, it's a form from a HUD, then it's considered discriminatory advertising. If you're advertising to 55 and older only, and you don't have proof that this is housing certified for older persons and that they comply with HUD's guidelines for housing that's meant for older persons, then you're discriminating against familial status, people with children under the age of 18 or anybody under that as well, right? Look, here is here's the form that you need to fill out from the Garden State MLS. Each MLS should have a similar form. This is the HUD form, okay? It's Housing for Older Persons Certificate of FHA Compliance. You got to put the property name or the property address, the housing facility or community name, the name of the owners, the broker that's involved, and you have to check off, is it 55 plus or 62 and older? It's basically that they're certifying that they comply, that the facility or community complies with housing meant for older persons according to HUD standards. And then they have to print their name and sign, and you know, the management there does. All right, in order to put that listing in the MLS. Because if you just put that listing in the MLS without this, the MLS will pull that listing and they'll fine you and your broker for putting in a discriminatory listing. And the fines for discrimination are heavy, okay? So they may reach out to you first before they give you that fine. They'll ask you if you got the paperwork. Maybe you just forgot to upload it, I don't know. All right, but there is a form like that, obviously, to make sure that you're not discriminating against people with children, right? Okay, so you can own in a 55 plus community and not be 55, as long as 80% of the units there are at least occupied by one person who's 55 and older. But they usually do have some kind of rule in there that they don't want anybody living there that's under 18. Some of them are 17. I'm not going to say all the communities are exactly the same, but the basic gist of it is these senior communities, they don't want little kids running up and down the hallways screaming, right? Now the senior housing is strictly for people 62 and older. Okay. And once again, what's familial status? It means that you have children under the age of 18, but that also includes pregnant women. Okay.
My parents live in a 55 and plus community.
Yeah.
Down the shore in Manchester.
The shore has a lot of them. You go
Yeah.
anywhere, Monmouth County, Ocean County, tons of them.
It's great. It's like,
And they got it at a good price, I'm sure. Even if it's expensive that they got it, if that was not in a senior community or 55 plus community, it probably would have been close to double the cost.
yeah, well, that one's, it's pretty fancy too. It's like a golf kind of a
Yeah,
course.
they usually make them nice.
It's crazy. You go in there, it's like
You wish
Right.
you could live there, right?
you're like driving into Disneyland. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, but they're actually going through right now with the Hasidic Jews
Uh-huh.
want to move in there. There's a lot of them trying to move in there,
Sure.
which is fine, but they don't like some of the rules that are.
Well,
in-
too bad. They gotta obey the rules unless there's enough of the people that are living in there that they vote to change the rules. See,
Yeah,
everybody becomes a
they're-
member of the homeowners association, and the homeowners association creates rules. And the people that live in those a homeowner association works kind of like a mini government, where you get people that vote. All right. And if enough voters vote for change, then the change gets initiated. And it works the same way. It's like a mini government. The way it works, it's kind of on the same basis.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what happened is like they wanted to change like the women for Hasidic Jew women can't be in a swimming pool with men.
Well, that's a no-go. That's never going to fly because first of all, that's sexual discrimination, and that's not going to fly. Now, the laws do respect religious law, okay? But they're trying to impose that law on everybody in the community, then that's not going to work.
They tried to sue them for it.
They can sue all they want.
2 years back, and it didn't go through.
Yeah, they can sue all they want because we have laws against this stuff. Okay, look, if you wanted to go strictly by religion, we could go back to the Stone Ages. Some of these, some of the religions are so restrictive. When you start getting into some of the Muslim laws with Sharia law, some of these laws, the religious laws or religious rules that groups follow, they may allow you to marry a child, for example. All right, when we get into contract law later on, you're going to see we actually did change the laws in New Jersey. Actually, we changed laws in the United States, but in New Jersey was one of the first ones to do it, only about a year and a half ago, because we've seen such an influx of immigration from different countries where it is okay to have more than one wife. It is okay to have a child bride. And a lot of this was used for human trafficking or child abuse. And they were trying to use them as loopholes to get around that. So a lot of child advocacy groups stepped in and said, this isn't right. So they stepped in to stand up for the child who can't speak for themselves, So in this case that you're talking about with the Hasidic Jews who are devout Jews, that whatever the rule was that you're saying that they didn't want to swim with women or whatever, I don't know. I know they got rules that if you're not the husband, you can't touch the women. I respect that. Okay, to each their own. But if I'm living there, I'm going to jump in the pool. If I got a wife, she's going to swim wherever the hell she wants. You're not going to tell her where she can't swim. All right. If that's the case, buy a house and get your own private pool. But you're not going to, put you in, inflict your rules on me. Okay. Now we'll see when we get to contract law, not because it's in a book, because I bring it up and I've come across situations like this before. A lot of times Muslims as well as Hasidic Jews have some similar beliefs, and they have their own laws. Like I know Jews have something that's called Jewish court, and our legal system actually abides by it. I've had situations before where I've had Jewish people that had arguments with each other on real estate transactions. And instead they refer it to Jewish court, where a rabbi will listen to the arguments from both parties and come up with a solution or the judgment. They'll listen to the case and they'll come up with a judgment, and both parties will agree to that judgment, which will be binding in our court systems as well. The rabbi just submits paperwork to the courts, and the courts will, because both parties are agreeing. It's kind of like mediation. You know, if you allow somebody to be the mediator and you're both going to agree to abide by whatever this neutral mediator's resolution is, okay, it kind of works the same way. So the religious courts, doesn't matter what religion it is, if they come up with a solution like that, they agree to that binding, to listening to whatever the mediation is, the outcome is, well, then it actually will be legal in our court system as well. Okay. Now, let's see. Blockbusting steering. Why did I back up there? Okay. Oh, look at that. I didn't have to open up the document. I actually already put it in our slideshow here already too. Okay. Now, let me just back up just a little bit too, because one thing we did not go over yet, because it's going to be coming up, is steering. Steering is limiting someone's options of where they can live by not showing them all the properties that meet their criteria in the areas that they're looking. You know what? Think about it this way. Steering. Like when you're in a car, you got the steering wheel in your hand. I think you'd like it better over here. I think you'd be better in this neighborhood. It's when you're the one who's making the decision where somebody should live by either limiting their options or trying to persuade them to go over here or over there. But it could be done without their knowledge. You could be just not showing them homes in the area that they're looking that meets their criteria. Remember, I gave you the example once before where real estate agents often, they don't look at color. The only color they look at is green, the money. And I gave you that example how you could be working with a buyer and they have the criteria for the property that they're looking for. And you're looking at how much commission that these different properties are willing to pay out. And if it turns out that all those properties that you're showing them are only on one side of town, how come you're not showing me all these properties on the other side of town that also meet my criteria? Now, it could be the case that, well, they're just not offering you a high enough commission split. And that's why you're not looking at it. But somebody can build a case that you're steering me away from that area for some reason. Is it that you don't want me living there? You see how a discrimination suit can come about? So that's why I told you guys that you should always have that buyer sign an exclusive buyer's agency agreement that stipulates the minimum commission that you're willing to work for. And then right on there, if the buyer's not willing to make up the difference and pay you the difference, you write in there that they advise you not to show the properties that are not offering the minimum commission that you're willing to work for. And in that way, you can avoid showing them those properties, and they can't bring up later that you were discriminating against them because you weren't. It was all about the commission. But it's easy for somebody to build a case that you were not showing them properties in a certain area because you were discriminating, right? Unless they told you specifically not to. So you got to have that conversation about the commissions and such, and that'll help prevent this. Now, steering, I'm telling you, you could be accused of steering, and it is the furthest thing that was from your mind. You weren't discriminating on anybody at all. You may have been trying to help somebody out, you know, trying to steer them towards a better neighborhood because you're looking for a better home or a better neighborhood for your client. But let me ask you a question. Who are you to make the decision where somebody should live? So whenever it's you that's making that decision where somebody should live, you could be found guilty of steering if they chose that they want to file a complaint against you. So even though, you guys ever hear that term, the road to hell is paved with the best intentions? Well, there's a perfect example. You could be a well-meaning agent. You're trying to help your client out. I mean, I'm going to give you a couple examples where I could have been accused of steering in the past in my career. Now, thank God I was never, but knock on wood. But I could have been, but my intention was never to discriminate against anyone. But check this out. I just said my intention, but my intention is irrelevant. In order to be found guilty of discrimination, someone just needs to prove that a discriminatory act had occurred. Your intentions are irrelevant. Okay, so I've had situations where steering, I was trying to get somebody, they told me they wanted a better school system, a safer area, or what have you. Okay, well, wait a minute. What is better? That's kind of subjective, isn't it? What is safer? Here, let me give you one example. When I first opened my office in Edison, I had this one girl come to me. She came into my office and she was looking for a rental. Her lease was up and she was looking for a new rental. She actually worked in Edison, but she lived in Newark. And she was looking for a new home to rent in Newark. So I sat her by me in the computer. She sat right next to me and I pulled up the computer and we were looking through the MLS together side by side. And we're going through the pictures and all the listings and we're like, nah, I don't know about that one. The pictures are a little bit deceiving. I've seen a lot of these properties that those rooms are kind of small. And then I showed her, I zoomed in on them and everything. She's like, oh yeah, you're right. So we're going through all these properties, oh, she don't like that area. Oh, she don't like that street. Oh, that house looks too small. Oh no, too much money. It doesn't look like it's in good condition. We're going through all of them. And I pass one and then she's like, oh, back up. So I back up and we look at this one and I was like, oh yeah, that one's not too bad. The rooms look like they're decent size. The price is good. And I was like, okay, let's pull up the map and see where it is. And back then I used to do a lot of work in Newark for the banks and landlords. And so I was more familiar with the streets back then. It's been a while since I did a lot of work there, so not as familiar anymore. But Newark is a strange animal. You could have one street that's a great area. The next block over, you're in a war zone. So you really got to know the area. So I pulled up this property on the map and I was like, that's a pretty rough area. I was like, I don't know if you want to live there. I swear to God, these were the words that came out of this girl's mouth. She was just like this. She was like, nah, that ain't a bad area. It's been at least a year since someone got shot there. You guys hear what I just said? She said, that ain't a bad area. It's been a year since someone got shot there. Clearly, she has a different idea of what is a good area compared to what I do, right? But then again, I'm not the one that has to live there. She does. So, I mean, if I just did not show her that property, if she wasn't sitting next to me side by side and we were going through all these, I could have been accused of steering because I'm not showing her properties based on what I think is a good area. See, these things are kind of subjective. Good, what you think is a good area, a lot of people are like, oh, that's not subjective. High crime, that's not subjective. Well, what is high crime? Okay, now it may be a better area compared to what she's used to, right? It may be an upgrade for her. She may be in a war zone now, so you got to take that into consideration. When you're the one that's making the decision where somebody should be, that is steering. Now, obviously, my intent there was not malicious in any way. I was looking out for her. I was trying to help her out, right? But once again, I already told you, to be found guilty of discrimination, all right, person doesn't need to prove that it was your intent to discriminate. They just need to prove that a discriminatory act had occurred. And steering, by not showing someone a home in an area, is a discriminatory act. It sounds kind of innocent the way I just explained it, but I could have been found guilty of discrimination if she wanted to file a complaint. That's why I say you got to be careful when you're dealing with people, okay? You never know. She could have had a chip on her shoulder and been like, against white people and had a chip on her shoulder that I'm a white broker and I wasn't showing her this property and she could have filed a complaint against me, right? But she didn't. She saw that I was trying to help her out and she didn't take offense to anything. But you never know who you're dealing with. So you got to be careful about how you word things and make sure that you're not involved in any decision-making of where someone should be. Show them properties wherever. Let them decide where it is that they want to live. Now, if she wants to see properties in an area that I don't feel safe going into, do I still got to show her those properties?
I hope not.
Yes.
Hell no. What did I tell you about realtor safety, man? You know, if you don't feel like something's right, then don't put yourself at risk. Yeah, I told you I used to work for banks, and I remember one time, another time, this was in a rough area in Newark. I was doing BPOs for banks, running from property to property. I had to take pictures of the street, take pictures of the house, and go into some of the houses, and I had to fill out a report. Now, at the time, I had this nice shiny black car, chrome rims. I'm going around in a suit, and I was in a rough area. And on the porch of the neighboring house, there must have been about 30 people hanging out on the porch, getting high and drinking. And I could hear them with my windows rolled up. This was in summer in the evening, and I could hear them with my windows rolled up. They're like, check out this, and all kinds of racial terms against me, check out this, guy. And they're talking about robbing me. All right. And I'm just trying to ignore them and do my job, right? And then I get out of the car because I got to go into this house and inspect it. And I'm about to go over to the house. And then, I looked over at them. I look over the house and I realized, they were just talking about, jacking me, about robbing me, and I'm like, what are you doing, Vic? So I just got back in my car and I left. I contacted the bank. I said, here's the pictures. Here's the report for the outside in the area. I ain't going in that house. I don't feel safe. You had all these people hanging out on this porch that were talking about robbing me. Do not put yourself at risk. All right. You put yourself in these dangerous positions. I could have gotten killed in that. I could have gotten mugged in there, or nothing could have happened. But why am I going to risk it? Right? Why put yourself in a dangerous position? Right? If you don't feel comfortable in an area, what you're better off doing is giving that client as a referral to an agent who works that area and has no problem showing properties in that area, right? Am I being discriminatory? No, I'm looking out for my own safety. If I don't feel comfortable there, you got to trust your sixth sense. If you don't feel comfortable, don't go, but still help out your client and give a referral to another agent who has no problem working in that area, okay? Especially ladies, you may not feel comfortable going somewhere to a vacant house with a single man. You may not feel comfortable in that situation. You could bring somebody along with you, or you could give it as a referral to someone else, right? Do not put yourself in dangerous or compromising situations, okay? I still want to look out for you most of all, right? All right. Okay, Fair Housing Act. Now we have Jones versus Mayer. Okay, so let me read this. This is a significant housing case. This was a lawsuit. The second significant fair housing development of 1968 was a Supreme Court decision in the court case of Alfred H. Mayer Company and Jones. Jones was an African-American, and he sued Mayer, alleging that he had refused to sell him a home in St. Louis County, Missouri, solely on the basis of his race. In its ruling, the court upheld the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which prohibits all racial discrimination in private or public sales and rentals of property. Okay, so what happened here? Well, the guy felt like he was discriminated against. But remember, when two laws apply to the same thing, one may have an exception to it. You always go with the stricter rule. So the importance in this decision rests in the fact that while the 1968 federal law exempts individual homeowners in certain groups, the 1866 law prohibits all racial discrimination without exception. So despite any exemption in the 68 law, an aggrieved person may seek remedy for racial discrimination under the 1866 law against any homeowner, regardless of whether the owner employed a real estate broker or not, and whether discriminatory advertising was used. Where race is involved, there are no exceptions to the law. Okay, so there's just a real case example of how the Fair Housing Act of 1968 has exemptions to it, Well, Civil Rights Act of 1866 don't. So you go with the strictest rule. Okay. And this doesn't just apply to race. This could apply to zoning laws pertaining to real estate too. Let me show you that. Let me diverge against the all the race talk for a second here, all the discrimination talk for a second, and let's just talk about real estate for a moment. If you have a city that has a zoning law that requires a minimum lot size of at least 50 by 100, but you got a builder who's or a property owner who's selling their property and they're putting a restriction in the deed that the minimum lot size is 100 by 100. Which is the more restrictive rule, 50 by 100 or 100 by 100 for a minimum lot size? I'll let you guys think about it for a second. Which is the more restrictive rule? A minimum lot size by the municipality of 50 by 100, or a property owner who's selling their property and they don't want the property less than 100 by 100? Which is the more restrictive rule?
50 by 100.
Is it? If you only had a 50 by 100 requirement and your lot is 100 by 100, you could have subdivided it and built 2 houses on that lot. However, the property owner is selling you this property and they're putting a minimum requirement of 100 by 100. How many homes can you build on that? Only one.
One.
So the more restrictive rule is not necessarily by the smaller lot size in this case. It would actually be by your limitation. You're limited to only put 1 house on a property versus you would be, if you went by the city's minimum lot size requirement, you would have been able to put 2. Now, I would like to have drawn you a picture of this, but that whiteboard is still opening. I'm still waiting for it to open. So, you know what, screw it. Let it open in the background. Maybe I'll use it in the future. I gave it a good enough explanation for that. All right, so that's the case of Jones versus Mayer. Okay, equal housing opportunity poster. Go down to the bottom of the page and we're going to highlight the very last sentence there. When HUD, on page 65, when HUD investigates a broker for discrimination, discriminatory practices, it considers failure to display the equal housing opportunity poster as evidence of discrimination. So anybody who offers housing or housing services has to offer this poster. You see this poster in front of you? You guys see that in the slide? Okay. So this is the equal housing opportunity poster. And anybody who offers housing or housing services has to display this poster in their offices. If somebody accuses you of discrimination and this HUD will send out, who do they file the complaint with? They file it with HUD, right? HUD will send out an investigator to investigate. If they go out and the first thing that they do when they come to your office is they look around to see if this poster is listed anywhere. If the poster is not posted anywhere, they stop their investigation without even talking to you, and you're found guilty of discrimination, because they consider failure to display the equal housing poster. You see the house with the equal sign in it? They failure to display the equal housing poster is they consider it to be evidence of discrimination. Because if you don't advertise that you offer equal housing for all, then you must be engaging in discriminatory practices. You see, so the threshold to be found guilty of discrimination ain't too high, is it? You don't even have to prove it. The proof is you didn't have a poster. All right. Turn the page. And you can see on page 66 is that equal housing opportunity poster. Here, let me go back there. Sorry, just going to the slide. This is page 66. Page 66. That's where that poster can be located. All right, now the enforcement of the anti-discriminatory laws, I pretty much, even though we didn't go over the New Jersey law yet, I've got this one slide has pretty much everything in a nutshell. All right, so the federal laws, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Let's do a basic rundown on them. Who enforces the federal anti-discriminatory laws?
HUD.
HUD. Now, how long do you have to file a complaint if you've been discriminated against under the federal laws?
2 years.
2 years.
1 year,
Federal?
You
Unless-
said it for HUD.
unless you want to make a federal case out of it. Remember, it's 1 year unless you bring it to federal court.
But didn't you just say federal?
Just said federal.
I said, how long do you have to file a complaint against violations of these federal laws? The Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, those are federal laws. But how long do you have to file a complaint against it for violations of that? 1 year. Because
Okay.
who investigates and what court will it be held in? It'll be held in a court in front of an administrative judge within HUD itself. HUD has its own judges. Unless you want to make a federal case out of it and have it heard in a federal courtroom in front of federal judges. If that's the case, it's 2 years. 1 year, 2 years if you want to make a federal case. 1 year, 2 years if you want to make a federal case, right?
Got it.
Now, what kind of property is covered by the Civil Rights Act of 1866? What kind of property?
Residential,
What kind of property does that deal with?
Residential?
All of them.
All property, all real estate, commercial or residential, and personal property. Just look back, try to remember what happened back in 1866. That's when Lincoln freed the slaves, right? He tried to give equal rights to everybody. He said that Black citizens shall have all the rights of all as white citizens thereof to own real property or personal property. Okay, so that's where they were giving equal rights. So it dealt with all kinds of property. Okay, whereas the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, just look at the name of it. What does it have to deal with? Housing. Housing is residential real estate, right?
Mhm.
So this law only pertains to residential real estate or land used for residential real estate. Okay, easy way to remember it. Hopefully. Hopefully my explanation helps you remember it a little bit easier. All right, now this term injunction, we need to know, for some reason they give it on exam. I don't know why. What is an injunction? An injunction is when a judge orders somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something. When they order somebody to take action or refrain from taking action, okay? So that's what an injunction is. Add that definition to your list. You need to know it. An injunction is when a judge orders someone to do something, sometime. Okay, that does not even make sense. All right, so let me go here. Is when a judge orders someone to do something, to take action or refrain from taking an action. Like when a judge orders a landlord to rent to a tenant who they were refusing to rent to, or when they were doing some kind of, I don't know, or to refrain from taking some kind of an action, okay? It's to take an action or to, when a judge orders someone to take action or not to. All right, the LAD is the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, and this covers all real property. The LAD deals with all real property. When I say real property, I mean real estate. There's only two kinds of property in this world, real property and personal property, right? This is dealing with all real property, whether it's residential or commercial, the New Jersey law against discrimination. Now, complaints filed about violations of the New Jersey law against discrimination, people have 6 months or 180 days to file a complaint. Anybody who interferes with an investigation is subject to a $500 fine and up to 1 year in prison. Who are these complaints filed with? Well, the highest law enforcement officer in the state, who would be the Attorney General. A disclosure about the New Jersey and the federal laws, anti-discriminatory laws, have to be given to property owners at the time we get a listing for residential or commercial property. It tells them that whether they use us as their real estate agent or not, they cannot discriminate. So what's the document that we give to property owners at the time of listing pertaining to discrimination? Don't say the LAD. The LAD is the law. We don't give the law. We give the Attorney General's memorandum, which is a notice about the law against discrimination, which that's the trick question on exam. It's not a trick question, but I tell you what, I remember when I was in school and I was taking my notes of this, I wrote down the LAD, the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, and I had a definition for it. And then I wrote down the Attorney General's memorandum and I had a definition for that, and they looked almost identical. So I was confused with the two. Don't confuse the two. The LAD is the law against discrimination. We don't give people the law. We give them the memorandum, which is a fancy word for notice, coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the state, the Attorney General. That talks about the law, right? So we give them the Attorney General's memorandum. We don't give people the LAD. We give them the document that talks about it. Does that make sense? I hope so. I hope that clarification cleared things up for you. It certainly would have for me when I was studying. All right, so licensees must refuse to take listings when a property owner tells you that they intend to discriminate. And this is an exam question for you too. If a property owner tells you that they intend to discriminate, what do? Do you explain to them that discrimination is wrong, and then if they see the light, still take the listing? Or do you tell them you can't take the listing now? You tell them you refuse the listing, okay? Now, there are fines, and we need to know the fines for violations of the LAD. They're $10,000 for a first offense, $25,000 for a second violation, and $50,000 for further violations, or up to $10,000 for a first offense, up to $25,000 for second, and up to $50,000 for further infractions. Okay. Now, it's important that I stress up to, because if they give you an example on exam that somebody violated the New Jersey law against discrimination, and which possible amount could they be fined? And they give you some fine numbers, and for a first offense, and they put in their 25,000, 50,000, 12,000, or 4,000. What would you select? Hello? Hello?
Will you repeat the question, please?
If you get a question on exam and it says that somebody violated the New Jersey law against discrimination, what would the possible fine be? 25,000, 50,000, 12,000, or 4,000?
I guess 10, because it's their first offense.
That wasn't an option.
Oh,
The option for the first offense, the option was 25,000, 50,000, 12,000, or 4,000.
all right, 50.
4,000.
You would
Or-
select 4,000 because for a first offense, it is up to $10,000. So 4,000 is at an amount 0 up to 10,000, right? It's in between that range. Okay, so that's how they would probably ask one of those questions and then get a little tricky on you. Okay. But we do need to memorize 10,000, 25, and 50. But just know that it's not $10,000 fine, 25,000 absolute fine, $50,000 absolute fine. It's up to. Okay. The fine could be less. It's just that the maximum is up to 10,000 for a first offense, up to 20,000 for second, and up to
The minimum is 4,000.
yeah. So $4,000 is up to 10,000. That would fall within that range for the first offense, right?
Yeah.
That option I just posed to you.
Victor, is this in the book?
Yes, it is. It's coming up. We'll highlight it.
Okay.
I just got one slide here that has everything. We didn't get to the New Jersey law against discrimination in the book yet. I got it right here on the slide. So we're on page 67 right now. Let's just reiterate the block busting and steering. So block busting and steering are illegal housing practices frequently discussed with the fair housing, While they're not mentioned by name in the law, in the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, both are prohibited by that law. So what law makes redlining and steering, block busting and steering illegal? Actually, I think it makes redlining illegal too. So what law makes block busting, steering, and redlining illegal?
The Federal Fair Housing Act?
Of 1968, correct. Or if they don't have that as an option, you would select civil Title 8, right? Because Title 8 is a section of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which is the Federal Fair Housing Act of 68.
Okay.
Okay, so on the next paragraph, highlight block busting is also known as panic peddling, because they're trying to get people in a panic, scare them to sell their home, right? Inducing homeowners to sell by making representations regarding the prospective entry of minority persons into the neighborhood. Just highlight that. Next paragraph, highlight the first sentence. Steering is channeling home seekers either to or away from a particular area on the basis of their protected class. And those would be race, religion, country of origin, or other protected class. And redlining, highlight the first sentence in that. It's refusing to give people insurance or financing to buy a home, even though they could afford it. The way that they word it here is refusing to make mortgage loans or issue insurance policies in specific geographic areas without economic qualifications, without regard to the economic qualifications of the applicant. In other words, you're not giving them insurance or a mortgage loan, even though they can afford it, as a means of discrimination. Look, New Jersey has their own equal housing poster as well. This is what the New Jersey equal housing poster looks like. On the slideshow here. And however, you're not found guilty of discrimination if you fail to display this poster. However, it is a $100 or more fine if it's not displayed, but you're not automatically found guilty of discrimination like with the federal law. All right, so under enforcement, we're going to highlight a person who believes illegal discrimination has occurred has up to 1 year after the alleged act to file a charge with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, or 2 years to bring a federal suit. HUD will investigate. So who investigates, once again, violations to the federal law against discrimination? HUD. How long do they have to file a complaint?
1 year,
1 year, but if they want to make a federal case out of it,
2 years.
2 years. All right. And then in the next paragraph at the end of the line, on the first line, highlight injunction. This would order the offender to take action. Now, we don't need to memorize the fines for the federal laws because I don't know how you would, because these are some obscure numbers here if we look in the book. As of April 2019, the fines ranged for a first offense, $21,039 for a first offense, $52,596 for a second offense within 5 years, and $105,194,000. I can barely read it, let alone memorize those numbers. Right? So, don't worry about memorizing those numbers for exam, okay? But you do need to know the fines for violating the New Jersey law, which are up to $10,000 for first offense, 10, 25, and 50, 10, 25, and 50, right? 10, 25, and $50,000. Turn the page. Page 68, just in case you didn't know, you can't use threats or acts of violence to try to intimidate somebody to move or sell or buy. All right. Okay, if we look at the slideshow here, because this is on what we're seeing on these pages here, these next 2 pages here. Here are the protected classes. New Jersey has more protected classes pretty much than any state in the nation. Turn the page again, go to page 70. Okay. You see on page 71 is this, the New Jersey housing discrimination poster, which you could get this from the New Jersey Attorney General's website. Underneath the poster on page 70, where it says poster, highlight the last sentence. It says failure to display this poster is punishable by a fine of $100 or more. And then for complaints, we're going to highlight under enforcement of the New Jersey laws against discrimination. We're going to highlight complaints brought under the New Jersey law against discrimination must be filed with the State Attorney General's office within 100 days after the alleged offense. The Attorney General office would then investigate. Stop the highlighting, and I'm going to continue reading. They would investigate promptly and has 45 days to attempt conciliation of some sort of resolution. After that time, the Director of the Division of Civil Rights holds a hearing. The accused, if they're found to be guilty, will be ordered to comply with the law, to make restitution to those who have been discriminated against, or to take any other action ordered by the director. The orders can be enforced by the New Jersey Superior Court, or they can be appealed to that court. The director may award reimbursement for medical expenses or awards for pain and suffering and humiliation. Highlight fines of up to $10,000 for a first offense, $25,000 for a second, and up to $50,000 for subsequent offenses.
Against discrimination law.
See it? It's on page 70, everybody?
Oh, no.
Under enforcement on page 70.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're lost or you lose your place at any time, just ask. I'll tell you.
Okay, so then.
We're on page 70, and on page 70 under poster, you highlighted the last sentence.
Yes.
Under enforcement, you highlighted the first sentence. And then after that, the Attorney General's office investigates.
Okay.
And then the last line, fines of up to $10,000 for a first offense, $25,000 for a second, and up to $50,000 for further violations. Then they go on to tell you anybody who willfully interferes in a discriminatory investigation by the Attorney General can be subject to a $500 fine and up to a year in prison. And highlight complaints brought under the New Jersey law against discrimination may be filed at any of the offices of the Attorney General. So who investigates violations of the federal law?
Attorney's office.
Who investigates
HUD.
it?
HUD. And who investigates violations of New Jersey laws against discrimination?
Attorney's
Oh, the 18th, what's it called? The 18th.
The Attorney General.
Okay.
You see how I'm popping up a lot of different questions on you to see how you could get them on exam, you know, and you will get questions on all this stuff. Guaranteed. Study the hell out of this chapter. I guarantee you're going to get a lot of questions on discrimination and equal rights and stuff. Because, look, for licensing, the Real Estate Commission knows that you're not going to know all about real estate when you get started in this business. That's why they require your broker to give you guidance and direction. But at least you could know about some of the simple stuff, how not to discriminate, and what the laws against discrimination are. So they really want to quiz you on this stuff, and they will. They'll quiz you on the basics. What is New Jersey licensing law known as? Title 45, Chapter 15, or New Jersey statutes, right? What are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission? Title 11, Chapter 5, also known as
Mhm.
the Administrative Code.
Administrative code.
What is the purpose of licensing law? To protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, right? Study, study, study. See, as we go over this stuff, none of this stuff is rocket science, and you guys all get it. But it is a lot of information to take in. Remember, I told you at the beginning of this class, you're learning a new language, the language of real estate, in 75 hours, okay? It's not exactly a small task, right? And every day we keep learning new stuff. And if you wait till the last day to review your notes and study, you ain't gonna pass. You need to study, study, study this stuff, okay? But good for you. You don't have to take your exam on the last day. You know, we got it online now, and you could take your exam when you're ready, but within 6 months. Okay, so notice that listing. Under notice that listing, we're going to highlight the first sentence and the last sentence. First sentence basically says that you got to give the copy of the Attorney General's memorandum about the New Jersey law against discrimination to any property owner when you take a listing, whether it's residential or commercial property. And the last sentence says that you must refuse to take a listing from somebody who indicates an intent to discriminate. Now, I know there's a section here in state regulations pertaining to sources of income and children and family and all that, blah, blah, blah. Turn the page, turn the page. What we're going to actually do is we're going to read all this stuff that we skipped in a couple pages here is all on the Attorney General's memorandum about the New Jersey law against discrimination. And here are the protected classes in New Jersey now, by the way. New Jersey has more protected classes than any state in the nation. I'm going to pull up the Attorney General's memorandum and put it up on the page here. Check if I can find it. Where are you? Fair housing is there. Ooh. Just looking for the Attorney General's memorandum. For some reason, I'm not finding it. Oh, here we go.
Memorandum.
All right, so the Attorney General's memorandum, I'm opening one up right now. I'm going to put it on screen. Even though our slideshow here, oh, what are you guys seeing on screen in front of you? Okay, now you see the PowerPoint slideshow. So our PowerPoint slideshow here shows you all the different, all the different protected classes. I expanded it a little bit, showing you things that are currently on the website that have been added, even though the current Attorney General's memorandum doesn't specifically state them. They did update the law in New Jersey to cover some of these things, like actual or perceived mental or physical disability includes people with AIDS or HIV infection. They also added COVID-19 to that. But if you were to look at the actual Attorney General's memorandum, well, this was last updated, the physical one here. If we look at it on screen, I have it in front of you, was last updated August of 2018. Okay, so it's not going to have it because we didn't have COVID in 2018. Okay, that's a new illness, right? So as you can see, it has the great seal of the state of New Jersey there at the top. And who's it coming from? It's coming from the Office of the Attorney General, Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Civil Rights in Trenton here. All right, kind of looks like an email, doesn't it? Look, to property owners from, and this is the current Attorney General in New Jersey, Gerber Grewal.
Gurbir Singh Grewal.
There you go. So this is the date of the last time that it was actually updated, this one. And the subject is housing discrimination laws. Now that includes both the New Jersey laws as well as federal. So if we actually read the Attorney General's memorandum, which you guys can see on page 72, if you'd like to follow along there instead, or you can look on screen here. It says the New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires every licensed broker or salesperson with whom you list your property to give you a copy of this notice. The purpose is to help you comply with the New Jersey Law Against Discrimination, the LAD, and federal laws prohibiting discrimination in the sale or rental of real property. That doesn't say just residential, does it?
No.
No, it doesn't. In New Jersey, it is illegal to discriminate against a prospective or current buyer or tenant because of, and now they're going to list all those protected classes. Race, creed, color, national origin, sex, gender identity or expression, marital status, civil union status. I don't know why they have civil union status anymore. Governor Christie signed gay marriage into law in New Jersey. Affectional or sexual orientation, familial status. This is new. Pregnancy or breastfeeding. Actual or perceived physical or mental disability. What does that mean? That means even if somebody doesn't have a disability, but you think they have a disability, they just became a protected class. Ancestry, nationality, domestic partner status, source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments, or liability for service in the armed forces. This is getting sick now. This is really getting sick. How bad is our society becoming that we have to actually label and list our veterans as a protected class because they're getting discriminated against? You know, you get all these social justice warriors out there, and remember Vietnam? Didn't we learn enough after that when our soldiers came back and you had activists like Jane Fonda spitting in their faces? Now people are going to be discriminating against people because they were in our military serving our country. Do you really hate our country that much? Then get the hell out, right? We got to put them as a protected class. What's wrong with you? Look at this. Pregnancy or breastfeeding. I wish this was there years ago. I actually had a situation about this quite a few years back. I'm going to give you the situation that I came across, that this was not specifically listed on the form, and I wish that it was. Not the breastfeeding part, it was the pregnancy part. It's also illegal to place an advertisement or make any statements or utterances that either express directly or indirectly any limitation to offer housing or real estate based on any of those characteristics. Basically, they're saying they don't even want you joking around with people about protected classes, all right? They take it very seriously. They don't, when it comes to discrimination and these protected classes, they don't even want you joking around with people. We do realize that, you know, we're humans and, you know, you get along with people, your clients, you can start getting friendly with, and then you can start clowning around with people. Look, I'm the most politically incorrect person that's out there. I think political correctness is offensive to me, all right? Me and my friends, you know, we are a politically incorrect bunch. I got white friends, I got Hispanic friends, I got black friends. And when we joke around with each other, we joke around and it's outright offensive what we say to each other. So if somebody else were to hear our conversations, they would think that, oh, it's going down. In the meantime, we're over there hugging each other afterwards and doing shots together, you know? Don't joke around with people when it comes to, you could be getting friendly with people and showing them houses and build that rapport with them. Do not joke around with people. I'm telling you, they could be the same color as you, the same religion as you, or the opposite. And you'll feel comfortable around people. But look, this is a business transaction. Treat it like a business, okay? Don't joke. It's one thing to joke a little bit, but don't get out of hand. Be respectful. Remember, this is a business. And I tell you what, if you're always joking with your clients and you think that you're that friendly, wait until they lose some money in this transaction. Wait until they lose that house because of this something in this transaction. Even if it's not your fault or your wrongdoing, they're going to be pointing that finger at you because you're always, you're treating it like a joke. You're always joking and clowning around, okay? So I'm telling you, to avoid lawsuits, to avoid finding yourself in a bad situation like that, be a professional, treat it like a business, okay? And here's a little advice that has nothing to do with discrimination or perceived or discrimination or anything like that either. This goes for both the guys and the girls here. Guys, it's not a good practice when you're showing real estate to be checking out someone's wife. Ladies, this is a business. I know you love to dress up and look beautiful, to look sexy. Try to dress business appropriate, because the first time you're showing a property to a couple and the wife notices that her man is checking you out more than her, you ain't gonna be doing business with them much longer, okay? It's just basic, you know, basic things, you know? I seen it. I seen this. This is why I'm just trying to give you guys a little useful advice here. And guys, treat it like a business. Look, sometimes we'll be showing houses out in the summer, right? It's hot. You're running around. Don't go wearing Bermuda shorts looking like you're on vacation in Hawaii and flip-flops. It's so unprofessional, you know? At least business casual, okay? Come on. You don't have to dress in a suit, but at least keep it business casual when you're out there showing properties. Even if you're wearing a t-shirt that's got like the company logo on it, you know, something to keep it business professional, okay? I mean, I've seen some outfits where, you know, the ladies look like they're going to the club, you know, I mean, it's like, ladies look like they're going to a club, guys look like they're going to the beach, you know, keep it business professional. Just my advice. You guys are going to do whatever the hell you want after you get your license and you get out of this class. I'm just giving you my 2 cents to it. You know, you want to make money in the business, you want to be taken seriously. Don't clown around, because you know who clowns around all the time? Clowns. All right. Don't be a clown. Okay. Be a professional. When you get home and you hang out with your friends, you could clown and joke all you want. Right. So just my 2 cents, take it for what it's worth. All right. So let's see, let's go on. State and federal fair housing laws apply to a wide range of activities, such as advertising, selling, renting, leasing, subletting, assigning, and showing property, including open land. And here's some of the issues that frequently come up when enforcing the LAD. And The LAD did not always have these bulleted point common issues that frequently come up. It used to just be a one-page document that was just this statement here, all right? And we, as the real estate agent, had to interpret the law for our clients, and we still do to some extent. It's just now they put down some of the common issues that we come across so that it's spelled out here. Because I've had issues with people before. I'm telling them, well, you can't do that. That's illegal. Or you have to do this. Otherwise, you're violating the law. And then people would say, oh, yeah, you're going to say whatever you want. You just want to earn a commission. And now you're like fighting them. You're like, listen, don't take my word on it. Talk to an attorney before you do something. I'm just trying to save your ass. You know, you got to do the right thing here, because it's not always these different people don't know all the different things that they're allowed or not allowed to do, what is legal and what is not legal. That's what we're there trying to help them out a little bit. Okay, so look, here are some of the common issues that we come across. Discrimination based on the source of lawful income used for mortgage or rental payments means, for example, a landlord may not reject the tenant, a prospective tenant, because they intend to rely on Section 8 rental vouchers, FEMA vouchers issued to Superstorm Sandy victims, or other types of rental subsidies. Okay, now, some of you may not have ever heard of Section 8. Let me explain what that is. Section 8 is a housing subsidy that comes from the county. It's not from the state, it's not from the federal government, it comes from the county. Each county, so if you move from one county to the next, you need to get approved for Section 8 rental subsidies in that county. If you're collecting Section 8 benefits, Section 8 is basically, it's a housing subsidy that helps people who do not make a lot of money so that they have a place, so that they can afford a place to live, a decent place to live, okay? Now, decent doesn't mean living in the Ritz, you know, that you can afford a halfway decent place to live in, okay? So that's what Section 8 rental vouchers are for. Now, there's another one that you should probably add here at the end on writing it in your book. I would write, I have one written in my book, TRA. TRA. That stands for Temporary Rental Assistance. I mean, they say here, and other types of rental subsidies. I'm just giving you TRA because it's common in New Jersey. TRA. It stands for Temporary Rental Assistance. And this comes from Catholic Charities in New Jersey. They do give a lot of temporary rental assistance to people who are in need. Okay, just want to familiarize it, because if you ever hear it, TRA, you know what it is. All right. Now, let me back up to Section 8. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this. I just want to explain what it is. Okay, so Section 8 is a rental voucher for people who do not make a lot of money. It could pay $25 of somebody's rent, or they could pay half the rent, or it could pay the entire rent for them, depending on that person's income, to make sure they have a place to live. Look, you could have some people that are totally disabled or they can't work, whatever. They're collecting the Section 8's paying the full rent for them. I have had Section 8 pay for the entire rent except for $10. That tenant had a requirement that they had to pay the landlord $10 out of their pocket, and then they didn't even pay that. You know, now the majority of people getting Section 8 rental vouchers, rental subsidies, are people who are in need, and they legitimately need these rental housing vouchers. But then again, you also get people who just try to play the system and get as much money wherever they can and live off the government cheese, so to speak. So you got the abusers, and then you got people who legitimately need it. The majority of people who are collecting it legitimately need it. But I have seen cases, and this is why Section 8 gets a bad rap. Some people, they hear Section 8 and they're like, oh, you don't want to rent to those people. They're all prostitutes and drug dealers. You know, yeah, they can't afford housing, but then they got a Mercedes Benz, you know. Those are the people that give Section 8, the people who legitimately need Section 8 rental housing subsidies, a bad rap, because the bad apples are rotten to the core, and they could be downright nasty. I could talk about it a little bit more when we get to the renting chapter, chapter 12. But yeah, that could get bad. But the thing is, don't discriminate because somebody's getting Section 8. It gets a bad rap. Once again, most of the people who are collecting it are legitimate. They need it. They're good people. It doesn't mean that they don't work. They just may not be making a lot of money. All right. And it helps them have a place to live. And so it is something that is needed. But those rotten apples that they talk about that give the bad rap for everybody else, they are rotten to the core. I will give you an example. I'll give you a couple examples and then we'll move on of the bad apples. But keep in mind, you can never discriminate because this is a source of lawful income. And because somebody is getting a rental subsidy from any of these sources, it's not a means of discrimination because it's a legal form of lawful income, right? But the bad apples I've come across, because I used to deal a lot with Section 8. And because I was one of the only agents that was really willing to do so. So the housing officers were sending people to me left and right all the time. So I've dealt with good people and I've dealt with scumbags. You know, I've dealt with them all. And one thing I'm going to tell you, though, is Section 8 will not pay commission. So if you're going to work with people who are collecting Section 8 housing benefits, if you're going to work with them, showing them properties and stuff, well, you need to know, first of all, up front, that they are collecting Section 8 housing benefits. And you need to, these people cannot move unless their housing officer has given them permission to, because they needed to show a reason, show cause to, before they could transfer their benefits. And they need to have the money to pay you your commission, unless you're doing it for free. But I don't know about you, but I don't work for free. So just got to make sure that they have the money to pay your commission too. So some of the nightmare stories, let me see. I had one case where this one lady, she was looking for a new rental. And then she started bragging to me about how she got the approval to move from her housing officer because he wouldn't give it to her. She all giggling, laughing about it. She even pulls out a laminated newspaper article from her pocketbook and she shows it to me, where it shows that this was a place in Edison. She and some other girl that was living in another unit there wanted to move and they couldn't get the permission to move. So what they did is they went to the pet store and they bought a bunch of cockroaches and they released it in the building. And then they called the news to say that it's a disgusting, infested apartment complex, and they need to get permission to move. So they actually had a news story on it, and it was on News 12. And News 12, that's a New Jersey channel. They reached out to the landlord, and the landlord was like, "This is the first I'm hearing about it." He immediately got a pest control company out there and ratified the problem. Then what they did is they went to the pet stores again. They bought a bunch of mice and they released the mice there. And then they got their approval to move from the housing officer. Okay. And she's bragging to me about this and wanting me to help find her a new place to live. It shows you that these people are not too bright, because you're coming to me and you want me to find you a good landlord and a nice place to live after you just told me how you screwed over a previous good landlord that you had because you just wanted to move by trying to embarrass him publicly and playing these games. I told the lady, I said, "Get the hell out of my office." You know, here's another one. I was showing this guy properties, you know, because I told him, I said, "I'm not going to be your chauffeur. You need to find a way here. I'll drive you to the property, but we're coming back to the office. I'm not driving you home and dropping you off. I'm not your chauffeur." So came to the office, and then I drove him to the properties I was showing him, drove back to the office. When we came back to the office, the guy asked me if I could call 911 for him and get him an ambulance. And I was like, "Sit down. Are you feeling okay? Are you okay? Are you all right?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's all right." It's like, just tell him that I'm having chest pains. And I'm like, are you okay? Are you? And he's like, "Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine." He's like, "The hospital's on my way home. They'll pick me up. They'll take me they'll take me there. When I get close to home, before they turn off, I'll tell them that I don't need it no more and to let me out. The guy's using 911, the hospitals, to hitch a free ride halfway home. You guys ever hear of such crap like this?
Oh my
can't.
gosh.
I told you, the real estate business is an adventure. You're going to come across all kinds of characters, you know? Wow. Wow. In the meantime, somebody's dying and waiting for an ambulance that they can't get, right? All right. Enough about that. Those are the dreads. Those are the worst of the worst, right? All right. Here's another one. A no pets rule cannot be enforced to prevent a person with a disability from using a service or guide dog. And, and a landlord may not charge a tenant with a disability an extra fee for keeping a service or guide dog. All right. So you can't charge pet security? Can you charge somebody with a service or guide dog? Can you charge them pet security?
No, yes. I mean,
Cannot.
yes.
You know why you cannot
I
charge
pay
them?
my bills.
You know why?
And
You know why you can't charge them security for service animal? Because they're not a pet.
you got all that stuff over there. Yeah.
Yep.
You got to return that para que te den dinero para atrás. Y págale a tu papá porque está ahí hablando mierda.
Hold on. Let me mute that. Okay. So you cannot charge people who have a service or guide dog, service animal or a guide dog, a pet security or any additional rent or fees for having that service animal, because the fact is that service animal or guide dog is not a pet. Let me pull up a little information about that. Service animals. Oh. All right, so here on the Humane Society website, we're going to read a little bit about service guides and service animals and the rights that people have. Okay, it says the Fair Housing Act, that this FHA is different than the Federal Housing Administration. This is the FHA Fair Housing Act, is a federal law that prevents discrimination against tenants in their homes. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act, a disability is defined as a physical or mental impairment which significantly limits a person's major life activities. Even if a lease says no pets or restricted pets, landlords are required to make what is called a reasonable accommodation to allow pets who serve who serve as assistance animals, which includes animals who provide emotional support. Assistance, which there is a difference between service animals and assistance animals. Assistance animals are in a different legal classification than pets who are not service animals, which is why pet restrictions and fees are waived for them. They are animals that work, assist, or perform a task and services that benefit a person with a disability, or they provide emotional support that improves the symptoms of the disability. There's no official certification or training required for assistance animals. That's a misnomer. A lot of people think that you got to have that dog needs to be certified if it's a dog, that they need special training. Who says that the person with the disability can't train that animal themselves? And they can assist in a wide variety of ways. And breed and weight restrictions do not apply to service or assistance animals. Now, I don't know how that weighs in if your municipality has restrictions to breeds. There are some municipalities, for example, that say that you can't have certain animals, like Some towns have ordinances against pit bulls and Rottweilers and Akitas and such. Okay. So I'm not sure how that weighs as far as if a city has a municipal ordinance against that. But differences between service animals and assistance animals. Service animals are categorized as animals trained to serve a specific task for the owner. The more common is a guide dog for a blind person. Service animals are allowed in public accommodations. You can take them into restaurants, on the beach, or on a plane. And the owner's need for the animal at all times. An assistance animal could be a cat, dog, or other type of companion animal, and does not need to be trained to perform a service. The emotional or physical benefits of the animal living in the home are what qualify the animal as an assistance animal. A letter from a doctor, a medical doctor or therapist is all that's needed. Basically, they need to have a prescription for the service animal. They have to have a need for it. And that need needs to be, that prescription, that letter needs to be renewed every 2 years. The fact that the service animal, but by the way, this legislation, it's in need of some reform, because there's a lot of people that they try to game the system, try to take advantage of these rules. And then you get some people out there who don't know any better. They're a little bit ignorant of them too. Some people, they go online and they pay a fee to some website and they think they registered their animal as a service animal. It's not. There's a lot of scam websites out there that say, you could pay the fee, get certified by our doctors, and we'll put you on our website and include you in our database so any landlord can check that your animal's been certified. Bull crap. I'm going to call bull crap on that one all day. Because what about HIPAA laws? You guys familiar with that term, HIPAA laws? Those are the medical records privacy laws, right? There's no database where you could search if somebody has a medical need for something. That's bullshit, all right? This is something that when you get these websites out there, I could show you a laundry list of websites too, that I have links to, a laundry list of these fake service animal certification websites. And people pay all these fees, and then they'll have attitude with landlords and people in restaurants. They think that they have their animal certified as a service animal now, but they're not. Okay, and they just paid a fee to some website that just scammed them, and they sold them a harness or a vest that has a service animal license on it. Let me ask you a question: does a service animal have to wear a vest? Do they have to display a license? Does the person that has a service animal, do they have to carry a pocket card showing that it is in fact the service animal?
I believe so.
Nope.
No.
Federal law
Right.
says it's too restrictive on the person with the disability to require them to have harnesses and licenses and all this stuff to show. All you need is that the letter from the doctor, the prescription that you do have a need for a service animal. You don't need to prove to anybody that it's a service animal, except for a landlord or an airline if you're booking in advance a flight, okay? You just need to show a letter from the doctor that, in fact, it is a service animal. And I don't know if you guys remember a couple years back on the New Jersey radio station, 101.5, they often talk about New Jersey issues. They were talking about here in the New Jersey airports, a lot of the airlines put in place restrictions. And then, of course, it becomes controversial. Everybody starts complaining, oh, they're discriminating against people with disabilities because they're limiting what kind of service animals they could have with them. Who are the airlines to say, you know? So the know-it-alls come out of the woodworks. In the meantime, what have we seen in recent years in New Jersey? Right here, look no further than Newark Airport. We've seen, I know everybody's seen that one on the news with that lady that came, that tried to take a peacock on the plane. You guys remember that one?
Yep.
The lady with her service animal peacock with
Yeah.
its big feathers like that. Imagine that thing sitting next to you and fanning out its feathers in your face. Service animal peacock, really? You know? So the airlines came out with restrictions on the types of service animals they'll allow on their planes too. And so this became a big controversial thing. All these people were yelling, outrage, this is violating the people with disabilities rights, la, 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 bull crap. Let's take a look at this document. So 1015, these two goofballs used this as the talking thing for their radio show. And they started it off by, well, let's first see what this all the hubbub is about. Let's read what their new restrictions are. And it was a quite entertaining read. It started out with no venomous animals. What kind of animals are venomous? You're talking about snakes, poisonous snakes? Okay, I wouldn't want one next to me on a plane. All right. No hooved or horned animals. What's a hooved or horned animal? A goat? A bull? A horse? A mini horse? You know, what the hell are people taking on planes? You know, well, they could be service animals, but you got to have some kind of realistic restriction here, especially since airlines have to follow certain federal guidelines that say, you know, if a plane is over so many hours of flight time, the airline has an obligation to make a place available on the plane where that service animal can relieve itself. How would you like my pony next to you on the plane?
I think you got to be careful with that, because in our business, somebody brought not one, but 2 service dogs with her to work every day. To come to find out after she quit, they were never service dogs to begin with, and they tore up the place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how you would have a need for 2 service animals.
I should, yeah. Well,
That's your first red flag right there, you know?
yeah. One was in training apparently, because the other one was about to die. I don't know. It was all a hoax.
So yeah, people will make up all kinds of bullshit stories to be able to get away with taking their animals with them everywhere, on a plane, in a restaurant. Now, let me ask you a question. If you have a service animal and it's a legitimate service animal, can a restaurant kick you out?
No.
You sure about that? They can. If that person who has the need for the service animal cannot keep their animal under control, if they're snapping at, if it's a dog and it's snapping at people, or if it's just lifting up its leg and urinating wherever it wants to, they can kick them out of the establishment, even if it's a legitimate service animal. All right. So it's not like a free-for-all that allows them to do whatever they want. Or if that dog is barking incessantly. All right. If you cannot keep your service animal under control, your service animal is not allowed. Okay. That is legal. Okay. Now, so an assistance animal can be a cat, dog, or other type of companion animal. It does not need to be trained to perform a service, because sometimes people have mental issues. You could have PTSD or something, and the service animal just calms you, you know? So it doesn't necessarily need to be trained to perform a function. Those are the emotional support animals. Now, the emotional and physical benefits of the animal living in the home are what qualify the animal as an assistance animal. A letter from a medical doctor or therapist is all that's needed. So the fact that the term service animal is often used by landlords and public housing authorities to refer to both service and assistant animals creates a little bit of confusion there, because there is a difference between service animals and assistance animals. Assistance animals would perform a function, right? Now, here's some examples of assistance animals. A cat can detect and alert their companion to oncoming seizures. Didn't know cats were that bright, but okay. A dog who alleviates a person's depression or anxiety. A cat who reduces a person's stress-induced pain. Or how about a bird that alerts a person who's hard of hearing as a companion when somebody comes to the door? Maybe that person who's hard of hearing can hear the high-pitched whistling, you know? They're not completely deaf. I know somebody like this. And, you know, I know somebody, I got a friend, this lady, she's hard of hearing. She's completely deaf in one ear and only about 30% hearing in the other, 25 to 30% hearing in the other. She could hear, but she really can't make out what the hell you're saying most of the time. She's got to read your lips too. Imagine what this time where we're experiencing coronavirus and they're putting all these mandatory regulations where you got to wear masks everywhere, just doing to these people. You know, she tries going to the store, they won't let her take the mask off, and they won't take their mask off, and she's like, I read lips, I can't, I need to see your lips moving, you know. Otherwise she can't communicate at all with anybody. They talk and she can't hear because she has to read the lips too. A lot of people don't think about that, and it's amazing because they don't get the same benefits that a deaf person would, because they're not considered to be disabled because they're hard of hearing. They're not considered to be disabled to the point that a deaf person is. So they can't get like permanent disability and different kinds of things like that, because they're like, oh, you could hear. In the meantime, you know, I've spoken to this lady. She's worked at ShopRite, at Home Depot, places like that. And she's like, there's ambient noises in the air and the electronics and just the wind and stuff that makes noise that actually hurts the person's head. It hurts their ears, you know, and it makes it harder for them to understand what's going on. So we got to be cognizant of some of the things that we don't understand when dealing with people with disabilities sometimes. Now, demonstrating your pet is an assistance animal. Okay, well, you need to have that letter. Attach a brief statement explaining to the landlord that you are asking for a reasonable accommodation to keep your pet who functions as an assistant animal or support animal. So can we as real estate agents allow an owner to require that somebody prove that that it is a legitimate service animal? Yes. Okay. We can require that they supply, because this isn't an overnight transaction. You're not buying or renting and tomorrow you're going to be in there. Just like with the airlines, if you buy a ticket on the spot, they cannot require you to produce evidence. However, if you're buying the ticket at the gate, and you're going to pay a lot more for that too, by the way. But if you buy a ticket with at least 24 hours advance notice before a flight, an airline can require the person with the disability to produce a letter from their doctor certifying that it is indeed a service animal. Okay. Let's see, if your landlord refuses to accommodate, what are your options? Well, a landlord must agree to a reasonable accommodation request if the disability claim is true and if the request does not create a hardship on the landlord or other tenants. In other words, constantly barking or dogs snapping at you, etc. If your request for a reasonable accommodation is denied by the landlord, you have the right to request that a government agency investigate that claim. Who would that government agency be? Either HUD, or if it's in New Jersey, you could have the Attorney General's office, right? Either one of those governmental agencies, because either one is discrimination. Now, you have several options for filing the complaint. Okay, you can get it online, you can call them up, or state or federal agency, okay? Now, what kind of housing is covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act? Well, all types of housing, including public housing, are covered by the Federal Housing Act, except for, so there are exceptions. Rental dwellings of 4 or less units, 1, 2, 3, or 4 family house, they can deny you. Where 1 unit is occupied by the owner. Okay, so if it's a 1 to 4 family dwelling and the owner lives in one of the other units, okay? But if it's a 3, so basically it's anytime that there's 3 or more rental units available, not counting the unit that the landlord lives in, there's an exception to it. A single family home sold or rented by the owner without the use of a broker, because under no circumstances are we allowed to discriminate. And housing owned by private clubs or religious organizations that restrict the occupancy and use of their lodging. So basically it falls under that Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968, same kind of exceptions, right? All right, pet fees. Why can't they charge pet fees to service animals? Well, it says the landlord can charge, however, can charge a security deposit and still seek money from a tenant if there is any damage by the animal to the home. If there is a nuisance issue, constant barking or snapping at people, they have the right to try to legally remove them, or at least have that service animal removed, because it's no longer a reasonable accommodation. Your dog is snapping at people. That's not allowed. That's not reasonable. Okay. The landlord tried to bend over, allow you to have that animal, but now you're taking it beyond reasonable expectation. Okay. So I just wanted to go over some of these because often people have a lot of questions about this. All right, let's see the next one. A discrimination based on familial status prohibits discrimination against families with a child or children under 18 years of age. And this also includes pregnant women. I wish that was on this Attorney General's memorandum years ago, because I came across a case in Roselle Park. Roselle Park has a municipal ordinance that does not allow more than 2 occupants per bedroom. And I was showing a 2-bedroom condo to my clients were the renters. I did not know the landlord. I set up the appointment and the landlord was there. He had to let us in. So it was a condo, and it was a husband and wife, and they already had 2 children, and one was clearly on the way. She was pregnant. So I'm showing the unit to them. The landlord pulls me to the side and he says, "I'm not renting to them." I'm like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Did you see her belly? She's gonna pop any day now." This is how the guy talked to me. "Did you see her belly? She's gonna pop any day now. Are you for real?" And so I pulled him aside. And I was like, "Lower your voice, you know." I'm like, "Don't let them hear you talking like that." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "I'm not going to get in trouble to renting to too many people." I was like, "What are you talking about?" Because like it's 2 bedrooms. And he's like, "Yeah, but she's clearly pregnant. She's going to have a baby any day. And Roselle Park only allows 2 people to live in 2 people per bedroom. And when she has that baby," I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stop right there. She didn't have the baby yet." You know, you can't have it both ways, right? You get the people who don't want to consider unborn babies as human beings when it comes to abortions and stuff, but then when it comes to occupancy for renting to someone you want to, it doesn't work that way. So the law has to look at it this way: that baby, that child is not here yet, so you cannot count it as an occupant. And even when that baby's born, because that became his argument after that, even when that child is born, you cannot count an infant as an occupant until they reach 24 months of age. So they're going to be able to live there for at least 2 years without you being in trouble with the municipality, Mr. Landlord. And his response was, "Yeah, you're going to say anything you want. You just want to earn a commission." It's like talking to a freaking wall sometimes with these people. So I said, "Listen, before you go opening your mouth to them, I highly suggest that you talk to an attorney first. Because if you tell them that you're not going to rent to them because she's pregnant, you're going to get slapped with a lawsuit so fast it's going to make your head spin." I said, "Do not go telling that to them." So sure enough, he goes and he checks with his attorney, because my clients wanted to rent it. He checked with his attorney first, and his attorney confirmed what I said, that you cannot count an infant as an occupant until they reach 24 months of age. So they would be able to live there for at least 2 years after that baby's born. And that's all they wanted to do, because they just wanted to find a place to live so that until they could save up some money and eventually buy a house of their own. Okay, because they had an expanding family, of course. But the stuff that comes out of people's mouths sometimes will shock you. But I think I'm kind of unshockable at this point. I heard a lot of stuff, but hey, you never know. I'm never going to underestimate the stupidity of people. All right. You know what? We got to do the lunch break thing. And all right. So the next is the landlords must permit a tenant with a disability at the tenant's own expense to make reasonable modifications to the premises if such modifications are needed to give the tenant full enjoyment of those premises. All right, so who has to make the modifications?
The
Landlord.
owner,
The tenant.
oh, the tenant, yes.
Landlord must permit a tenant with a disability at their own expense to make any reasonable modifications. At whose expense?
Tenant.
The tenant's expense. Now, that's only if such modifications are needed to give the tenant full enjoyment of the premises. What about when they move out? Can a landlord require that tenant to put the property back to the same condition it was in when they moved in? To
If it doesn't have
remove
effect,
any improvements for for accessibility?
Yes.
yes.
Only if it would create a problem for a future tenant to fully enjoy the premises, like a ramp or something like that. But if it's like putting a wider
Not
door in to
please.
accommodate a wheelchair, they can't require them to put the narrow door back in. And I don't know why they would. Future tenants would enjoy having the wider door so they can get the furniture in and out easier, right?
Where
All right. So penalties. What are the penalties for violating the LAD? Well, once again, it says it right here on the LAD itself, but we already read it previously. $10,000, $25,000, and $50,000, right? Or up to 10, 25, 50 for first, second, and further extent, right? Other remedies. So you may want to highlight that, by the way.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what page are we in? Sorry.
We're reading off the LAD on page 73. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
We're reading off the Attorney General's memorandum.
Okay, thank you.
And you're seeing that on screen still, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
just went to ahead.
All right, other remedies. Okay, so victims of discrimination may recover economic damages related to the discrimination, such as having to pay a higher rent for another unit elsewhere, or as well as damages for emotional distress, pain, and humiliation. And in more egregious cases, a victim may also recover punitive damages. Now, this is telling the homeowner about the brokers. The broker or salesperson with whom you list your property must transmit to you every written offer they receive on their property. How soon?
Within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours. And the broker or salespersons are licensed by the New Jersey Real Estate Commission, and their activities are subject to the general real estate laws. What are the laws?
Oh, wait.
What are the laws called? Title
45, chapter 15.
Title 45, Chapter 15, or NJ statutes. The NJ statutes are referred to as, the law is referred to as Title 45, Chapter 15. And the state and the commission's own rules and regulations. What do we call those?
Title 11.
Title 11, Chapter 5, or the administrative code, right? So the broker or salesperson must refuse your listing if you indicate an intent to discriminate based on any of those protected classes. Highlight that again there. Even though we highlighted it on a previous page, we're gonna highlight it again. All right. There are some exemptions to the LAD, just like with the federal law. The sale or rental of property, including open land, whether it's for business or residential purposes. Whoa, so wait. What kind of property does the LAD deal with?
Residential.
Residential.
All real estate,
I'm sorry, yeah.
all real estate, residential or business, right? So
Wow.
the sale or rental of property, including open land, whether for business or residential purposes, is covered by the LAD. So in most cases, the following sales or rentals are exempt from the LAD. So what are the exemptions from New Jersey law against discrimination? renting a one apartment in a two-family dwelling if the owner lives in the other apartment, renting a room or rooms in a one-family dwelling if the owner lives in the same dwelling. A religious organization can give preference to persons of the same religion when selling or renting real property. Or in certain types of housing designated for older persons, it's unlawful to discriminate based on familial status. That's having children under the age of 18. All right. So who do we give this document to?
You give it to the client.
What client?
So when they sign the listing agreement,
So
The
who would that be?
The renter.
You give it to the owner.
Oh, okay.
At the time you get a listing, you give it to the owner, whether they're selling a property or leasing a property. So who do you have to give the Attorney General's memorandum to? You got to give it, you got to give it to the property owner. And you got to explain it to them. But wait, so you just got to give it to them. What if they say you never gave it to them? Look, there's no signature line here. There's no place for them to sign. So I suggest that either here on the last page you have them sign, or right here on the first page, just have them sign or put their initials and date right here somewhere. And you give them a copy and you keep a copy, and you keep it along with your CIS, the Consumer Information Statement that you had them sign the first thing that you gave them, right? All right, so this is the CIS form. We actually went over see, this is why instead of just reading paragraphs in the book, I like you to actually read and look at the actual document that you're giving to the property owner here, right? And who do you give this document to? The owner of any kind of real estate, residential or commercial. Okay. All right. So those protected classes, we went over that. Prohibitions in New Jersey, we went over that. Prohibited activities, we went over that. It's pretty much the same thing. We went over that. We went over the poster, the notice, that listing. All right, state regulations of the rental. Turn the page. Oh, that's a little bit further ahead. Oh no, it's further back. Either way, it's nothing that you need to highlight. So source, you cannot discriminate based on source of income, children in the family, or other provisions. Multiple dwelling reporting, they do have a requirement for multiple dwelling reporting. Any kind of, oh, here it is on page 75. Any apartment building with 25 or more units has to report annually to the state the racial composition of their tenants and the methods used to advertise and handle rental inquiries. Because if they don't see that there are enough people, enough minorities living there, then they want to see what that apartment complex is doing. How are they getting their renters? Okay, they want to make sure that no discrimination is going on. Okay, the next one. We need to know about this. I got this pretty much on one slide here for you to study about the Mount Laurel decisions. So it's page 75, zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. Highlight the title. I like the title in the book. Zoning discrimination, Mount Laurel 1 and 2. All right. So in 1971, a lawsuit came to be known as the Mount Laurel 1 decision. It was the first of 2 lawsuits. It was filed by the NAACP against the town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, for illegally discriminating against low-income and moderate-income persons through the use of something that came to be known as exclusionary zoning. Highlight exclusionary zoning. The courts stated that all developing communities had to zone for their fair share of the regional needs for low-income and moderate-income families. In 1975, the court ruled that the poor may not be excluded from residential areas. Well, that sounds good. That sounds like a good decision, doesn't it? Can't discriminate against poor people. I like the way they frame things like that, right? We sued because you were discriminating against poor people, and that's bad. We can't discriminate against poor people. How are they discriminating against poor people? See, they don't get into those details, but I will. But let me first teach you what you need to know for exam. What do you need to know for exam? Exclusionary zoning is a discriminatory zoning practice that was outlawed by the Mount Laurel court decisions, which discriminated against low-income persons, the poor. That's it. That's all you need to know for exams. A discriminatory, you guys know what zoning is? What zoning, the word zoning means? Zoning laws are rules and regulations of the state and municipality, the local governments, that dictate what a property can be used for. We have residential zones, we have commercial zones, mixed use zones. Let's see, if you have a residential zone, can you put up a one-family house, a two-family house, an apartment complex? I mean, those are all residential, right? Well, there's subclasses of zoning too. But anytime that we give the government power over us to tell us what we can use our own property for, and we give up some of our control to the government because the government knows better than we do, is there a possibility of that them abusing those powers?
Yes.
Of course there is, right? We give up control to the government. Is there a possibility for them to abuse those powers, that control over us? Absolutely. And here's an example of that: exclusionary zoning. See, we never had zoning laws in New Jersey until the late 60s, early 70s. Anyway, when we gave the government that power, they created zoning regulations, and in some areas they created what came to be known as exclusionary zoning. Now, do you think the government intentionally created rules so that they could discriminate against low-income people where they could live? You know what? I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say no, because I know the story, the backstory. In Mount Laurel is a town in New Jersey that what happened was this town needed money to make improvements. It was a poor town back then, and it had a large population of ancestors of people who escaped the South through the Underground Railroad back in slavery days, right? And they settled in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Now, when they settled there way back then, there were no zoning laws and regulations. So people built houses right next to each other, okay? So whatever is already there is there. The government can't require you to tear down your house because it's too close to someone else's. So whatever's there is there. We call that being grandfathered. You're grandfathered in for your use. You're allowed to continue using it for that purpose. And say that new laws say that you require to have a larger lot size. Well, if you got a small lot size, they can't require you to tear down your house because you don't have a large enough lot now. You're grandfathered for your use. You're allowed, that use is allowed to continue. All right, fine. So the town is allowed to create rules, though, that would regulate any new construction. So what they did is any new construction in Mount Laurel, they came up with the idea, we need to make improvements to our school systems, to our police, to our fire departments, to repave our roads, our public services. Where are we going to come up with the money for that? Where do municipalities get their money to do things like that?
And the taxpayers.
Taxes, right? And what are taxes based on? What are, what are your property taxes based on?
The value of your property?
The value of the property. So we need to raise the taxes. How do we raise the values of properties? How about we start off by not building them right on top of each other? So let's put a requirement in place where you have to have a little bit of distance between each house. Good idea. So they came up with the idea to require larger lot sizes to build a home. If you want to build a home in Mount Laurel, you needed to have a larger lot size. Good idea. We call this zoning regulations. And even today, we see municipalities have minimum and maximum lot sizes that they could have in their areas. So the problem is with this, Mount Laurel had a good idea, poorly executed. I'm not sure what the lot size was, but let's just say that it was a large lot size. So I'm not sure what their requirement was for a lot size. I didn't delve that deep into that research there, but they required a large lot size that made it prohibitive for poor people to be able to buy the larger lot in order to move into town and build a home on it. All right. Especially since once they rezoned it like this, that they required any new construction to have a larger lot, they went overboard. Instead of saying, well, you have to have a 50 by 100 minimum lot size, which is reasonable. Let's just say, let's throw a number out there and say they required you to have a 1 acre lot. Whoa, that's a lot of land. A lot of people may not be able to afford 1 acre of land in New Jersey. So what kind of people you think were moving in and buying these 1 acre lots and building houses on?
They're rich.
People who had money, yeah. And that's what they were doing. They were building mansions now, right? And when you're building mansions now, what does that do to the property values?
It brings everything up.
Increase it.
They start going up. So what do you think that does to the land value? Just the basic empty lot that you need to buy. First of all, you had to buy a ridiculously large lot size. And now the value of that land is even more. So basically, you're effectively pricing the poor out of your town, especially when you don't have different zones in different areas. You just say, if you want to build anywhere in the town, you got to have a 1 acre lot size. Now, keep in mind, I pulled that 1 acre lot size out of thin air. You know, I don't know if that's the lot size. I just know that it was a larger lot size. Okay. I just want to put a picture in your head. Right. So when you require this larger lot size, you're effectively pricing poor people out of the town, right? So that's what Mount Laurel was accused of doing, discriminating against the poor because they were effectively pricing them out of the town, that they wouldn't be able to, poor people wouldn't be able to move into town and be able to build a house or buy a house here because it's too expensive now. You're effectively pricing them out of town. Sure, the people that are there can stay already, but any new people who were not rich would not be able to move into the town. So that was the whole basis of the Mount Laurel 1 decision. All right, I understand. So now we know the views from both sides. Yes, they discriminated against poor by pricing them out of town, but was that their intention? I'm going to say no. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they wanted to raise the income so that they could to the town, so that they could do the improvements to the services, policing, school, and all that. They just poorly executed how they went about doing it. So Mount Laurel 1 decision is a good decision because Mount Laurel 1 decision basically said you have to provide a range of housing throughout the town. You can't just say a ridiculously large lot size requirement. So then came about a Mount Laurel 2 lawsuit. In 1983, a Mount Laurel 2, now this is what, 12 years later? Mount Laurel 2, a second lawsuit filed by the NAACP against Mount Laurel, New Jersey, resulted in the courts providing specific guidelines for developing communities. They didn't provide specific guidelines. Let me start off right there. They required the municipalities to create their own specific guidelines. So let's clarify things a bit. This resulted in courts providing specific guidelines for all developing communities, and it said that they have that all municipalities have an obligation to provide a range of housing. Okay, well, that's fine and all, but municipalities don't create the housing. investors do. Homeowners build the houses, right? So this was accomplished. Okay, let's see how it was accomplished. This was accomplished by allowing for higher density developments. What does that mean? You could build homes closer together than normally allowed. Okay. A 20% set aside. What is a 20% set aside, do you think? What do you think they mean by that? I mean, what I would think from that was for every 100 homes you build, 20 of them have to be for low and affordable income housing, right? Okay, how come they didn't just say that? Loopholes, they building in loopholes, my friends. Zoning for mobile homes. Okay, so they'd have to have an area in the town that's zoned for mobile home parks, and a requirement that communities must cooperate with efforts to obtain subsidies. What are subsidies? Money, moolah. All right. Now, when we add into legislation that politicians have to get money from somewhere, no, we're not inviting corruption anywhere, are we? All right. So a panel of judges, 3 judges, was appointed by the Chief Justice to listen to cases like this. So any hardship cases where somebody is disenfranchised by these rules or municipality zoning, they could go up in front of this panel of judges to try to ignore whatever the local municipality zoning laws are, if that municipality did not have a written plan of specific guidelines and how they were going to approach accomplishing these goals now, this new law. So the second lawsuit basically said what? All municipalities have to provide a range of housing throughout the municipality now. So you have to have different zones throughout the municipality: residential, commercial, larger lots, smaller lots, mobile home lots. You have an obligation to make sure of however much housing gets built, at least 20% for low income or affordable housing. And on top of that, the municipality has to try to get money from the state and federal government that will help subsidize the costs to accomplish that. All right, so, does it say where this housing needs to be built? It just says that the municipality has an obligation to make sure that the low-income housing gets built. But do they say where? Nope, because
No.
they really weren't that specific with their guidelines. So you get towns that maybe they collect this money, they try to get those subsidies, they keep an eye on how much new construction is getting built and how much of that is for low and affordable income housing. And then they go to neighboring towns, say like Newark, and they give them their subsidized money and they say, we'll give you this money if you take on our obligation to build that low income and affordable housing. Didn't say it needed to be even in that town. Ugh. Loophole. How come the politicians did not just plug this loophole? I don't know if you guys remember, in Governor Christie's last year in office, when he was trying to run for president, okay, there was actually about 2 weeks in the news where he was plastered all over the news. It was a news story, and the way that this news story was framed was that Governor Christie was trying to do away with protections of laws that were in place already as protections for minorities and persons of color and low-income people. That he was trying to get rid of protections for them and institute some kind of racist legislation. All right, politics is a dirty game. And it's easy to do the spin on a news story. That's not what he was doing. You could be the judge of it. Do you agree that there's loopholes in this law? Yeah, it's clear. It's established. As a matter of fact, half the municipalities in New Jersey, or more than half the municipalities in New Jersey, don't have a written guideline for how they're going to accomplish the goal of the Mount Laurel 2 decision. All right. So does it say when that 20% set aside needs to be built? Nope. Does it say where it needs to be built? Nope. Do they got to, have they been continually getting money from the state and federal government to subsidize the cost of that though? Yep. Has any of that money been disappearing? Sure it has. All right. So Governor Christie saw that these laws are not accomplishing what their intended purpose was. So does the governor make laws? No. We have legislators in the state, the politicians, the legislators that make the state. We have the houses that make the state, that make the legislation, the laws. And then after they agree on it and they pass it through their bodies, their governing bodies, then they put it across the governor's desk to sign, to approve the law, or to kick it back to them to make changes. That's the way that laws work. It works the same way in the presidential level. Presidents don't make laws. We have the House of Representatives and the Senate, right? House of Representatives propose a law, then once they pass it, it goes down to the Senate. The Senate reviews it, makes any changes to it, kicks it back to the Congress, the House, and then if they don't agree to it, then they send it back. If they agree to it, then they send it back down to the Senate to see if it's okay for them now. If it's okay, then they pass it, and then they put it across the president, and the president has to sign off on it in order to turn something into law. Or he could veto it, or kick it back to them to make changes because maybe he wants some modifications. It's a long process to get laws passed. So the governor was not the one that was making the laws. He saw that the law was broken. Our politicians just did a poor job creating the laws. There's full of loopholes. So he kicked it back. So he gave the idea to them. He went back to both Republicans and Democrats in the state and said, hey, this law is clearly broken. It's not doing what it's meant to accomplish. You guys need to do away with these Mount Laurel decisions and write a new law from scratch, because this law is full of loopholes. And then they started talking about racists and all that stuff because it's an election year, and it's mostly a Democratic state. He's a Republican, so we're so divisive these days. We can't sit down and have a conversation with each other and try to work things out, which is a shame. That's the climate of politics today. People start calling each other racist and screaming at each other instead of sitting down and having conversation, negotiating with each other. Well, maybe we could work things out here. They don't do that anymore. Instead, they just play it out in the media like this, and that's what you saw happening in real time. So this law is still sitting on the books, the Mount Laurel decisions. Now, Mount Laurel 1 decision, good decision. Mount Laurel 2 decision, okay, it has some good elements to it. However, it was not clearly thought out or planned out or put together. And so it's full of loopholes. So what you've been seeing is this. Let me explain some of these loopholes. Here's the loophole. I have a note here on the slideshow in front of you. There's something called builder's remedy. If a municipality does not have a written plan, a written guide of how they plan on accomplishing that goal for creating all that low income and affordable housing, they are two different things, by the way, low income and affordable housing of that 20% set aside. If they don't have a clear plan on how that's going to happen, and say that I'm a builder and I wanted to build something, and the town said, no, you can't build that there because that's not zoned. That area of town's not zoned for that kind of property. Well, if the town doesn't have a written plan on how they're going to handle the Mount Laurel decisions, I can sue the town because the town had an obligation to create specific guidelines. I could sue the town by going to this panel of judges and claim a hardship called builder's remedy. This is the lawsuit. This is what the lawsuit's called. And if the judges approve it, I can ignore whatever zoning law that municipality has and build whatever the hell I want. tell me that's not a loophole. Here, let me explain it a little bit further, and then I'll ask you that question again. Is anybody here familiar with, here, let's take a local town, Cranford. Anybody here familiar with Cranford? You know where the train station is in Cranford?
Yep.
All right. That used to be all one family homes across the street from the Cranford train station. Used to be all one family homes there. So that whole area was zoned residential, one family. Investor came in, bought up all the houses on the block, said, I want to tear them down and put up some expensive condos with storefronts underneath them. So there'll be luxury condos right across the street from the train station with stores under them. If you're familiar with that, is any of that low income over there? Is that low income housing?
No.
No, not even close to it.
No.
You know how they got the approval to build those structures in a one family zoned area?
How?
They sued Cranford, New Jersey, because Cranford does not have a written plan of how they're going to handle the Mount Laurel decisions. So the builder sued Mount Laurel in a lawsuit called Builder's Remedy. And the judges said, okay, you could ignore whatever the zoning laws are of the town and you could build your project. You could build those units, which, by the way, it's using a loophole that's meant to be in place so that people can build low income and affordable housing. But it doesn't specifically say that in the law. So these builders, they built expensive condos with storefronts underneath them, but they used the loophole of a law that was meant to benefit low income and affordable housing. That's how they were able to build that project. And if you guys don't believe me, don't believe me. Don't believe me. I don't want you guys believing me. You may think I'm partisan, I'm biased and political, whatever. Here, do a Google search. Just do a Google search for New Jersey Builder's Remedy, and you're going to see all these lawsuits that come up. Okay? You could start reading articles yourself. Or you want to read about Cranford one? Look up Cranford, New Jersey Builder's Remedy lawsuit. You'll see that thing about the train station. I think there was a couple more in different towns over there with the train stations too. But they're all over New Jersey. And that's because of this thing that back then Governor Christie tried to bring up for legislators to fix. And they're like, racist, you're against the poor. You know, this is what happens. So being in real estate, you guys are going to have to be aware that politics, you need to be aware of politics. Even though politics is dirty, nobody wants it. It's a dirty thing. It's a dirty game. Nobody wants to deal with it. But in businesses like real estate, you need to be aware of what's going on in politics and be real about it. You know, you can't let your ideology or political beliefs get in the way. You got to be real about what the rules are and what's actually happening in real life, not what's going on in the news. Because we're going to learn a lot about how politics affects real estate. Everything from zoning laws on what kind of structure you could be building where, what the use of that structure can be used for, taxes. All these issues are affected by regulations for building and construction. All of these issues are created by laws that are passed by politicians. It's all politics. It's all political, you know? So even though you don't care about politics, you got to be aware of what's going on in towns. Okay? If you want to be successful in politics, because now you'll be, or in real estate, because now you'll get a good idea and you could predict things that are going to happen too. Now, typically, a great time for us, if we didn't have coronavirus now, and if we didn't have such a heated, you know, I'm right, I'm left, we hate each other, and we lie to each other and we make fake news and all that stuff. If we didn't have any of this crap going on right now, typically in presidential election years, it doesn't matter who it is, it's a good year for us in real estate. Why? Why are typically, with this year is a little bit weird. So let's not even look at this year. But
It's a market.
why are presidential years usually good for us in the real estate market for presidential election years?
Well,
Anybody guess?
The rates are low.
we're at 3% right now.
Well, hold on a second. That has to deal with the economy, and that's why our rates are low. But throughout history, presidential election years have been good for us as realtors in the real estate market. Why?
Prices fluctuates.
Whoever the president is at the time will do whatever they can within their power to make the real estate market better, but only in that final year of the election year. Why is it that whoever the president is in power, whether they're on the right or the left, they usually play with the market a little bit to artificially make the market seem better than it really is? Why do they do this? They do this because they want to get reelected. Here, let me give you a little bit of an example. The FHA loans. Anybody ever hear that FHA, the Federal Housing Administration? The Federal Housing Administration, why would somebody get an FHA loan? What does it do? It allows people to get a loan with a low down payment. So people don't need as much money to put down when buying a house. Because your typical conventional type loan requires at least 20% down.
Yes.
This one an FHA loan doesn't require as high of a credit score, and you still get decent rates, and you're only required to put a small amount of money down. Let's look a couple years back when President Obama first got elected president, or before he got elected. The FHA requirement to get an FHA loan was 3% down payment requirement. When he got elected, he actually raised that to 3.5%. But in his year of reelection, his reelection came up in that year. Did anybody notice what happened? He lowered that 3.5% back down to 3%.
That's it.
Requires less money to put down. So if more people can afford a house, more people are going to go out and buy a house, because that's the American dream, right? To go out and own your own home. All right. These are things that pass over. People don't even notice them because they're so mild of a difference. But what happened is when you lower that and there's a demand for housing now, what happens in the housing market? Builders now will start seeking out raw land that they could build on. Then that creates jobs in construction where people are now, contractors have to build the home. And then you have the truck drivers who have to deliver the materials, the factories that manufacture the materials. It ramps up jobs, everything from the production of the light bulbs that have to be screwed in, the electricians that have to hook everything up and run the wiring, the truckers that deliver the materials, jobs. Real estate creates a lot of jobs. It's usually a leading indicator in the economy and where the economy is going, if there's a demand for real estate. So that's what started happening then. You started seeing our economy started getting better there for a little while. As a matter of fact, they even went a step further because we had that real estate market crash and they did some bailouts. Remember that? And when those bailouts money was going around, a lot of people were not buying houses because house values were going down. So what did the government do in addition to that to try to incentivize buyers to buy homes? You guys recall? They offered a stimulus to buyers that if you're going to go out and buy a home, they would give you a $7,500 tax credit to buy a home. So a lot of buyers rushed out to buy homes because they figure, hey, if property values drop a little bit, that $7,500 should cushion the difference. I mean, we should be at the bottom already, right, of that market decline. So a lot of buyers rushed out and bought homes. Improves the economy a little further. And after that year went by, they offered another stimulus and offered another $11,000 tax credit to buyers who went out and bought a home that next year as well, right? Now, in a later chapter, when we get to the taxes in chapter 8 or 9, whichever chapter that is, unfortunately, the market values kept dropping. And so people who bought those homes that were incentivized to go out and buy them, there was strings attached to it. You had to live in that house for at least 3 years. If you did a short sale or sold that property before those 3 year, you had to pay all that money back to the IRS that they gave you a tax credit for. So a lot of people ended up doing short sales, getting foreclosed on, and then the IRS came knocking on their door. Hey, you still owe us $7,500, or you owe us $11,000 because you didn't live in that house for 3 years. So does government always have the answers? No. They think they do because they're that arrogant, our politicians. But usually they end up causing more trouble than they're worth. If we let the markets just level themselves out through the supply and demand, and with little interference from our politicians, markets will level themselves out and we'll probably have a better economy without interference. All right, so Mount Laurel zoning discrimination laws. Okay, so an illegal zoning practice that discriminated against low-income persons. You're supposed to answer me. An outlawed or illegal zoning practice that discriminates against low-income persons.
Mount Lauren one.
Exclusionary zoning. Exclusionary zoning. Okay. And what made exclusionary zoning illegal? The Mount Laurel decisions. And who was discriminated against?
Lower income individuals.
Poor. Okay. So for exam purposes, what do you need to know? You don't need to know everything I just told you, but I told you the story because, look, you guys may want to get involved in real estate investment or construction or what have you, and you go to get a permit to do something and the city says, nope, it's not zoned for that. You can't build that there. Do a little research. See if that town has a written plan of how they're going to handle the Mount Laurel decisions and implement that affordable housing. If they don't have a written strategy of how they're going to do it, you could take them to court and sue the town in what's called builder's remedy. That's the lawsuit, and possibly get the permission to do it anyway. Hey, if the loopholes are in there for the rich people to do it and the politicians who are taking advantage of these loopholes, that's why they build them in the law to begin with. And then they start crying racism to everybody when someone wants to fix them. Why shouldn't you take advantage of it as well? Right? Until they fix the laws, you know, if the rich can take advantage of it, why shouldn't you? Right? So I'm just trying to give you that little bit of advice on what they're doing so that you can enjoy those same benefits. All right. It's called builder's remedy. You don't need to know that for exams, by the way. That's just for your own benefit that I'm teaching you that. Okay. Otherwise, normally in schools, they just teach you exclusionary zoning is an illegal zoning practice where a discriminatory town was real bad and they were discriminating against low-income persons through something that's called exclusionary zoning. And that was outlawed by lawsuits implemented by the NAACP against Mount Laurel, New Jersey, called the Mount Laurel decisions. That's what you need to know for exams. The doom and gloom story. Okay. This will be on exams. Exclusionary zoning, Mount Laurel decisions, who had discriminated against the poor. Moving along. Okay, Code for Equal Opportunity. NAR and HUD usually get together. We as Realtor Association, NAR, National Association of Realtor, and HUD, they usually put programs together so that we as real estate agents can work in partnership with HUD in urban areas, as an example, to try to beautify communities and try to teach people about how they could get involved in home ownership and neighborhood beautification projects and all kinds of good stuff like that. That's all that's talking about here. Okay, implications for brokers and salespeople, page 76. Okay, I already told you guys that it's easy to be found guilty of discrimination. They don't need to prove that it was your intent to discriminate against anybody, just the fact that discrimination had occurred. So highlight under implications for brokers and salespersons on page 76, that third sentence, it's the last sentence in the first paragraph. The complainant does not have to prove that guilty knowledge or specific intent, only the fact that discrimination had occurred. So it's pretty easy to prove that, to be found guilty of discrimination, even if it was the furthest thing from your mind. So how does a broker go about complying with the law? Well, other than not discriminating, your broker should have some sort of a written policy in place. Here's a couple of the ways for the implications for brokers and salespeople. First of all, you have to display that HUD equal housing opportunity poster and the New Jersey equal housing poster. The broker should have a company policy that's made known to all their agents that they have to comply with the fair housing laws and the LAD. Make proper responses when clients express a discriminatory desire. Okay, so if you got a buyer that calls up and says, hey, I want to live, I'm looking for a home, but I don't want to be by these people or those people or those people, how would you answer that? Other than go screw yourself.
Go screw yourself.
Listen, this happens, and it happens. There's a lot of kinds of discrimination. It's not just black and white thing too. There are discrimination within races, okay? I've seen black people discriminate against other black people because one person's darker than another. Come on, you guys know this. You guys know the deal. I've seen, try calling a Spanish person a Puerto Rican. You just started World War III, you know. Let's talk, let's talk about in the Indian community. You come from a certain region or you speak a different dialect, you know, there's differences, there's discrimination that you may not even be aware of because it's in a different culture, okay? There's a lot of different kinds of discrimination. It's not just a black and white thing, is what I'm getting across. We know the standard, black and white, religion, sex, you know, and those the basic types. But there's a lot of types of discrimination out there. You guys aren't even, you'll learn about. Hopefully not, but you may come across situations. All right. Sometimes people play on the factor that people believe in discrimination so much that they play off of it to use it as their advantage. Look, when I started working in real estate, I started working in West Orange. So my target area was the whole Oranges and up in that area in Essex County. And there was an area with big Haitian population. And so I had Haitian clients that I was dealing with. And the interesting thing is what you see with the cultures, a lot of the Haitians, they would feel comfortable working with other Haitians. All right, now they work with me as their real estate agent, but when it came to the mortgage, I had this one guy that he was insistent on working with this one mortgage guy, not the one that I introduced him to, but another mortgage guy because he was Haitian. And I was like, yeah, but what he's promising you here on paper, I'm like, he cannot deliver that. That rate does not exist. He's gonna end up coming back to you and telling you, flipping you to a different program or requiring you to put a lot more money down. You're gonna get screwed in this transaction some way because that does not exist right now. I know this. I work in real estate. And oh no, he's my people, you know. All right, whatever. You could choose who it is that you want to work with, but shop around. The guy didn't want to shop around for better rates or better programs because, you know, they're my people. They're the same as me. We're the same skin color. We're from the same region. We're from the same country. Like, all right. Guess what happened at that transaction? That mortgage rep screwed him over so bad. He had to put down. He was charging him all kinds of nonsense application fees and all kinds of stuff. This guy needed to have all this additional money in order to buy the real estate, and my client ended up being pissed. He saw what I was warning him about, you know, and I've seen it on more than one occasion. A lot of times people in cultures, they like to work with their kind, I'm going to put it in air quotes. Okay. And they end up getting screwed over by their own people because they know their own people know that they're going to trust them more especially if they just came to the country. You know, they're going to be attracted more to their own kind because, hey, we're the same, you know, and you see it all the time in all different cultures, especially with foreigners when they come in like that, you know. But they end up getting screwed over, I've found in my experiences, by their own people the most, who are taking advantage of them. So that's another aspect of discrimination right there, by using it in your favor to take advantage of somebody. So anyway, make proper responses when clients express discriminatory desires. What do I mean? Let me give you another example. Sometimes people aren't just like, oh, I don't want to live by these people. I've had listings before where people called up and they said, well, who lives there? And I'm like, well, the owner's going to move out. You're going to get the place vacant. They're not going to be living there when you move in, you know? And they're like, no. Who lives there in the area? My response is always pretty much the same. People. Am I being a little bit of a wise ass? Sure. But, well, people, you know, no. I mean, what kind of people? Well, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. I can't engage in conversation like that about any people, if they're single, if they're married, if they're black, if they're white, if they're Muslim or Christian or Jewish. I can't engage in that type of conversation. It's irrelevant to your purchasing this house. I could talk about the real estate all you like, but I can't talk about the people that live in the area. Now, if you want to, you could come down. I could show you the house. You could introduce yourself to the neighbors and talk to people and see about the community if it's a place that you want to live. But, you know, I can't, it's against the law. I cannot engage in that conversation talking about the people that live in the area because it's irrelevant to the real estate transaction. And it's against the law for me to discuss that. So we get those conversations all the time. People call up asking, well, who lives in the neighborhood? Maybe they want to know, well, is it mostly families? Because I got kids. I want them to feel more comfortable. Are they mostly singles or mostly couples? Or are they mostly black or white or Hispanic or Indian or what have you? Okay. It's irrelevant. I can't engage in that conversation no matter what your reasoning is. But we'll still constantly get the calls. I remember getting this one call from this one lady. She called up, a New Yorker. And she called up and she asked that same question. And I said, ma'am, I can't talk to you about that. I could lose my license. I could get fined. And she's like, oh, no. You got me all wrong. Me and my husband, we're from New York. We want a more diverse community. So who lives there? You're asking the same question. It does not matter your reasoning, whether it's because you're a racist or because you want to be in a more diverse area. It's against the law for me to engage in that conversation. So if you want to come down, you can meet the neighbors, walk the neighborhood, see if it's a place you want to live, talk to the people. I could only talk about the real estate, architectural style, price, how many bedrooms, how many baths, type of heating, cooling, Keep it about the real estate, okay? Now, you guys are going to have to try to figure out a way to talk to people and communicate in a respectful way and not get triggered and blow up on them thinking automatically that everybody's a racist too. Because sometimes people legitimately asking questions, well, who lives? Maybe I want to live in a more diverse area and all that. It doesn't matter. We can't engage in that conversation. You need to be able to respectfully have that dialogue with them. And I know sometimes it's a difficult conversation to have when we're talking about sensitive topics like this, but it really should not be that hard for us to have a dialogue, okay? Now we also have something called reverse discrimination that sometimes comes up, where reverse discrimination is sometimes local governments come up with rules or ordinances trying to correct past wrongs, but basically reverse discrimination is discrimination against white people to try to give a benefit to other people of color and such, okay? Either way, it's still discrimination. It's followed by that word discrimination. Discrimination, all discrimination is wrong. Doesn't matter if you're white or black or Hispanic or whatever other variant, you know, whatever your background is, you should not be discriminated, okay? Not for religion, not for your sex, not if you're straight, not if you're gay, not if you're married or single or black or you're white or you're whatever, okay? Listen, this is a business, real estate, real estate, real estate. This job is hard enough trying to find people this much of a house with this kind of a budget, right? To now I have to now investigate and start talking about and dealing with your problems with people of different people, right? Drama, drama, drama. What do I always say? What's drama good for?
TV.
TV. We don't want it in our life and definitely not in our business, right? So advertising, we're going to discuss discrimination in advertising and how we can advertise, okay? First, let's go down to the last paragraph under implications for brokers and salespeople. The last paragraph, let's highlight reverse discrimination regulations are intended to preserve racial balance in given areas. Okay. Once again, when it comes to discrimination, your intent is irrelevant. So if politicians come up with rules trying to correct past wrongs and all that, look, we still have to follow real estate licensing law, don't we? And real estate licensing law tells us that we can't discriminate under any circumstances. It doesn't matter what the reasoning is behind it.
Where is that at?
On page 76, under implication for brokers and salespeople, the very last paragraph. In the first paragraph, you highlighted the last sentence. In the last paragraph, you're going to highlight where it says in bold, reverse discrimination regulations are intended to preserve racial balance in a given area.
Okay.
Okay. Testing. If we go to the right side of page 77, by the way, you notice I'm not reading a lot of this stuff because I'm having the conversation with you about this stuff. I'm not just here rambling. I'm talking about stuff here. Instead of me sitting here reading it word for word, I'm talking to you about things that are in here, okay? Testing. Testing or testers are undercover, as we look at the slide here, are undercover mystery shoppers that are basically volunteers. They're like social justice warriors that have nothing better to do with their time than to contact a real estate agent and pretend that they are a buyer or a renter to try to test you to see if you're going to be discriminating or if you're going to be treating everybody fairly and equally or not. Okay. Now, I understand why they have this in place, but if I come across them, I'm usually going to be pissed off because basically you're wasting my time because I'm not discriminating, right? Now, I understand why they have testers in place, these undercover mystery shoppers that are going to pretend like they're buyers or renters. They could be the same color as you or the opposite. They could be gay or straight. They could be married or couple or single. They could be Christian or Jewish. They could be or Muslim or what have you. You know, the reason why this works though is because you never know who you're dealing with. You never know what that buyer or renter is. Sometimes you think, you may come across people sometimes that act real weird, that you may think that they're testers, the way that they're talking to you. And as long as you treat everybody, you know, fairly and equally and don't plan to discriminate against them, you have nothing to worry about. So testers, they could be the same color as you and they're chiming in about race or the same religion as you. So they'll get you even more if they're the same. See, that's the thing. You got to treat everybody equally. You never know who's going to be a tester out there. Okay. I can tell you, I think I probably had testers a couple of times, but you never know. Sometimes these numbers that they used to call me from are disconnected or the emails no longer work all of a sudden, you know. Were they testers? Were they only playing with me or was it a legit thing? You know, I don't know. But we deal with so many people out there. As long as you treat everybody fairly and equally and honestly and you're not discriminating against anybody, you got nothing to worry about, right? Okay. So highlights on the bottom right of page 77 under testing. Testers, where it says testers in bold, highlight testers or checkers are undercover volunteers who want to see whether all customers and clients are being treated the same. That's it. So I like that. Now I got a little chart here I put together, similar to the one that's here in the book on page 78, the next page. We're almost done with this chapter, and then we could finally get into real estate. Here's some basic advertising rules. Once again, instead of reading all these advertising rules, which you guys are welcome to read them on your own time. I like to just go over the chart that they have here, which I improved on a little bit. So let's look on my chart on the screen here. The basic gist of it is this. There's a category, a rule, what's allowed and what's not allowed. Now, this is only pertaining to advertising, not spoken word and conversations that you have with people, but only when you're advertising, and it applies to all forms of media, whether it's commercials or radio or television, radio, magazines, or internet, any advertising, these rules apply. So the category, the first one is race, color, or national origin. The basic rule is the same for all of these categories, by the way. It's no discriminatory preference or limitation can ever be expressed. Okay, so that's pretty much the same all the way down. What are you allowed to say in an advertisement? You're allowed to say master bedroom or good neighborhood. Okay, now I don't know how either one of these are racial terms, but if somebody takes it that way, I mean, how racist do you need to be in order to consider the term master bedroom a racial term? Okay. Does anybody know what a master bedroom is?
Yes.
What? Because most people don't.
A large bedroom with your own bathroom.
Oh, you got it.
And a walk-in closet.
All right. So it's a master bedroom is usually the largest bedroom in the house, but it has to have a bathroom in it. If it doesn't have a bathroom in that bedroom, not all houses have a master bedroom. Some houses just have bigger bedrooms and smaller bedrooms with no master bedroom. A master bedroom is a bedroom that has an attached bathroom to it. Okay, that's a master bedroom. A lot of times we see on these HGTV programs and stuff, oh, this must be the master. It's the largest bedroom in the house. Well, there's no bathroom in it. No, then there is no master. Okay. So what's not permitted to put in advertisements? Well, you can't put in there things like white neighborhood or no French or things of that nature, okay? Because that deals with race, color, or national origin, right? Here's the next category, religion. You are allowed, once again, no discriminatory preference or limitation. You are allowed to say in your advertisements, chapel on premises, kosher meals available, or Merry Christmas. Now, how come you're allowed to say chapel on premises? Well, you're describing a feature that's on the actual property that's for sale or for rent. Kosher meals available. Now, we're not talking about stuff that's available in the neighborhood, that there's a Jewish store in the neighborhood or a halal store or what have you. That would be discriminatory. You cannot do that. But if we're talking about a specific, that meals are available because there's a kitchen in this property, there's this condominium complex, for example, has a cafeteria and they have kosher meals available. You're just describing features that are on the property, not what's in the neighborhood. Let's get that clear. Because if you're talking about stuff that's in the neighborhood, this could be as a dog whistle. Hey, kosher meals are available. What am I saying? There's Jews in the area. It could be a dog whistle that, hey, there's Jews in the area. Or it could be like, oh, we're only welcoming Jews, right? Chapel on premises. If I say that, oh, it's near the church. Well, so what are we only targeting Christians? Churches? Right? Christianity. It's only down the street from the mosque. What are we saying? That we're only targeting Muslims? Or are we putting a dog whistle out there? Oh, there's Muslims in the area, right? So we're allowed to say only describe features that are on the property. So you got to be careful with this one a little bit. Now, Merry Christmas, you're allowed to say. And I'm waiting to hear an argument of why you shouldn't. I grew up in an era, I don't know, where everybody wasn't getting all butthurt over, somebody giving you a greeting and telling you Merry Christmas and you're not Christian. I grew up saying where I could tell a Jew Merry Christmas and they're going to say Happy Hanukkah back to me, and neither one of us are offended over it, right? So you are allowed to say this in your written advertisements. For example, you're allowed to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Festivus for the rest of us. I don't care. You're allowed to say those things. Okay, they're greetings. Okay, let's try not to be stupid about it. Okay, what we're not permitted to do is put things in ads like no Muslims or nice Christian family or walking distance to synagogue, which, by the way, often if you are in an area where there is a Jewish population, often if they're selling a house, they want you to highlight that as a feature, because devout Jews have to be within walking distance of their place of worship. I think the same thing also applies to Muslims, the devout Muslims as well. On certain holidays, they can't drive, they can't use modern amenities, they have to walk, okay? So this is a highlighted feature to them. But the thing is, we can't say that. So what would be an alternative to put in the ad if that's something that they're really stressing on? Well, we could say it's within walking distance to houses of worship. It's more secular. It's not targeting a particular religious group, right? Within walking distance to houses of worship. That's allowed. You're not allowed to say near the church or near the mosque or near the synagogue, All right, now pertaining to sex, no preference or limitation can be expressed. In-law suites, mother-daughter, or female roommate sought are allowed. Well, first of all, anybody know what a mother-in-law or an in-law suite or mother-daughter is?
Yes.
Okay. It is a one-family house. A one-family house. It's a zoned a one-family house, but it's set up like a two-family. It looks like there's a separate entrance for a separate apartment with its own kitchen and bathroom and bedroom. All right. These are good for people. Let's just say that we got a young couple that's married, right? And they've got their senior parent, they want to keep an eye on them. They maybe have one senior parent left and they want to keep their parents close to them, but not so close that they're all up in their business, They're still getting around on their own. They want them to have their freedom and be able to get around and do their own thing. But so we want them to have an access, kind of like a two-family house, but it is zoned a one-family house. We call that an in-law suite or mother-daughter, okay? Female roommate sought. Oh, by the way, if you have a mother-daughter or in-law suite, I highly suggest that you point that out in your advertisements and puff about it. What is puffing?
Oh, talk about it more.
That,
Make it look
that's salesman.
bigger.
Okay, so I suggest that you, some MLSs actually have that as a feature that you could check off and put in when you put a listing in the MLS. There's a lot of agents out there that when they have these mother-daughter or in-law suites, they do not check off that option for some reason, and it makes it harder to search for them, when in fact these are in demand. And if you did check that off, you'd probably get more for the house because you'd have more bidding wars over it. Instead, I find it hard to search for them and find them. You kind of stumble across them. And I've had people that are specifically looking for them. Now, why are you allowed to say female roommate sought? Isn't that sexual discrimination?
Wait.
That is sexual discrimination.
Everybody agree with him? Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you it's not. The reason why it's not sexual discrimination is because this is somebody who's going to be living in the same apartment as you. They're your roommate. It's a little bit different if I say I have an apartment for rent and I only want a woman there, only females, right? That would be sexual discrimination. But somebody who's going to be a roommate of yours living, hey, I got a 2-bedroom apartment. You know, I got 1 bedroom. I'm looking for somebody to rent the other bedroom and live with me and share the apartment space. Okay. Look, you could have a young lady that she's renting an apartment. She don't want some old guy creeper coming in there. Oh yeah, I'd like to live with you too. You know, she don't want that, you know? So she could put in an advertisement, oh, I only want female roommates saw it. There's nothing wrong with it then, because that's somebody who's gonna be sharing the living space. That's why it's not sexual discrimination, okay? Now, what's not permitted, you're not allowed to say things like great house for a man. Why not for a woman? Or one of the other 1,000 genders that they've come up with. Wife's dream kitchen. What, men don't cook? Man cave. Here is one that's not in the book. Throw that one in there. Don't put that in an ad, man cave. You could talk to people, and I often do when I'm showing them the basement, if it's set up real nice, or it has the possibility to. I'm like, yeah, you could always make this, turn this into your man cave down here, you know? You can have that conversation with people. Just do not put it in an advertisement. Or how about this one? We all like this one. We know this one, right? She shed. He burned down my she shack, or she shed. She shack or she shed. I've heard it both ways before. Here, I guess I got a little link to it. If you guys are not familiar with that term, you guys remember that?
Yeah, the commercial.
Commercial. Yeah,
I saw that commercial.
Yeah, I downloaded that and I made it part of this slideshow. Let's see, is it opening? Hold on. Try to open it for you guys. Here we go. Apparently in that mode, I wasn't able to show it, but it's coming up. It's coming up. Here we go.
Well, it finally happened, Zachary. Somebody burned down my she shed.
Nobody burned down your she shed, Cheryl.
She shed's on fire.
Your she shed was struck by lightning.
Zachary, is my she shed covered by State Farm?
Your she shed's covered, Cheryl.
You hear that, Victor? I'm getting a new she shed.
She shed?
Mm-hmm.
So the she shed or she shack, you know, it's similar to like a man cave. Okay, man cave is just a place. It's the escape for the guy, where he usually turns the basement into he could put a bar and a pool room, or turn it into a movie theater, or that's where he gets away from the family, you know, and goes down there and hides out, does his business with his friends or whatever. The she shed is a thing. These are things that are popularized by things like HGTV. It would be like, instead of just having a shed where you store your lawn equipment, who says that you can't dress it up and have it like a nice little mini house? And this is where the woman goes, and she has her own private little place to get away, her quiet time to get away from the kids and the husband, and you know, to read her book or watch movies alone or do whatever hobbies. You know, it's the getaway space. They call it a she shed or she shack. Okay, there's nothing wrong with, if you have them, having that conversation with people, but don't put it in advertisements, because these are all based on sex. You know, how come it has to be a man cave? How come not a woman's cave? Why has it got to be a wife's dream kitchen? Well, first of all, what is it, only for married people? Or what is it, only for women? You know, there's a lot of arguments. People like to be argumentative, you know, and you know, you start having things like this, people love to sue, saying, oh, it's discriminatory, you know, because, you know, everybody's got to get bent out of shape very easy. All right. Disability. When it comes to disability, once again, no preference or limitation. You are allowed to say in your advertisements things like wheelchair ramp, walk to shops, walk-in closet. And this is not discriminating against people who cannot walk. Jogging path, or walking distance to shops, or walking distance to bus station, or walking distance to whatever, okay? These are not discriminatory terms. You're describing features, a wheelchair ramp, a walk short, close walk to short walk to shops. Walk-in closet is a closet large enough that you can walk into. You know, it's not discriminating against people who cannot walk. However, if you keep all your advertisements positive, though, don't use any negative statements. Don't use any negative statements like no, not, no wheelchairs, or able-bodied tenants only. Why the hell would you say such a thing? You know, look, it may not be wheelchair accessible. And I understand sometimes the agent wants to help out the person so they don't come there and find out that they can't get in because it's not wheelchair accessible. But if that's the case, that somebody's wheelchair bound, they'll usually ask you when you're setting up the appointment if it's accessible. Do not put this in your advertisements. You're just chasing away people who are bound to a wheelchair, when you could have had them call you and ask you, and then you could say, oh no, that one's not accessible. But if you need something on the first floor, perhaps I could look for something for you and find you something on the first floor. Don't chase away business with these negative statements, right? You know what I consider a negative statement too? A lot of people like to put out there those sold sign riders on a house or under contract. I don't use sign riders, not like that. Maybe to describe features, but I don't like using sold sign riders or under contract. I don't care if it's sold or if it's under contract, because I want people still to call on the property. And then I'll just tell them, well, that property is no longer available. However, I do have some other properties in the area that may be of interest to you. See, why lose that business by chasing away people who would not call? That if the property is already under contract, why? They know that they're going to get involved in a bidding war. They're not going to call, right? They'll just keep looking. So why chase away that business of those potential buyers that still could be calling you, right? Does that make sense? And then lastly, familial status. Okay, that's with having people, children, family status, familial status, having children under the age of 18. What you are allowed to say, 2-bedroom, family room, or quiet neighborhood, even though I don't know what the hell quiet neighborhood has to do with kids. Because if you got a family, they're usually loud, right? And what's not permitted, you're not allowed to say things like married couples only. First of all, it's negative. No more than 2 children, even if the municipality doesn't allow more than 2 occupants. All right, you don't want to put that down per bedroom. Retirees dream home. Why don't you just write dream home? Or no young children. You know, sometimes you see this with landlords, you know, oh, no, we only got the unit upstairs and I don't want to hear them running around and making all that noise. Well, that's discriminatory. You cannot make a statement like that. All right, oh, testers, apparently this version of the book has it in a different order. So let me just swap around those last 2 with tester before the advertising, and we're done with this chapter. Yay! Yay! You guys are boring.
Yay.
There you go. Come on, put me to sleep. You know, you put me to sleep, things slow down, and they could get boring. Because if I don't feel like I got an audience that's even appreciating my effort that I'm putting in, why am I going to put in so much effort? I could go through the motions. All right, so let's do the key terms to review at the end of this chapter 4. All right. You know how it works, right? I read the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You're going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer is. Keep it on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. A federal law setting many protected classes with some exceptions.
Federal Fair Housing Act.
Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. 5 is A, correct. A federal law, protected classes are race and color without exception.
Civil Rights
Attorney
Act.
General.
Civil Rights Act of 1866. 3 is B. Inducing panic selling based on prejudice.
Blockbusting.
Trying to bust up the block. 2 is C. What's that also known as? Goes by another name?
Oh, pedal.
You're almost there. Panic peddling. Panic peddling.
Panic peddling.
All right. So 2 is C. New Jersey law governing discrimination in real estate transactions.
Law against discrimination.
The LAD, correct. 6 is D. Refusal to lend in certain areas, usually inner city.
Mm.
Yeah. Hearing?
Red line.
Redlining. Right? Anything with the money, it's that red pen, right? The red ink, the red line that they put through the application, right? So 9 is E. A section of the Federal Civil Rights Act that covers housing.
Title A.
13 is F, Title 8. Specific group that may not be discriminated against. What do we call them?
A protected class.
They're a protected class. 8 is G. All right, now next to H, guys, go to H, go to the letter H and cross out the word moderate and just write low there. Now they're not even mentioning low income, they're just throwing moderate in. And you see a lot of times that people do this. Why do they do this? They don't even mention low income. They turn it to moderate. They flip the script a little bit because moderate's the largest segment of people and they like to piss them off and get you involved, right? So court cases covering low or low and moderate income housing.
Mount
Department
Laurel.
of Housing.
Mount Laurel decisions 1 and 2. 7 is H. Channeling home seekers to or away from certain areas.
Steering.
Steering. 11 is I. Now, who is steering discriminating against?
Isn't that
Other ethnic groups.
Buyer.
Buyers and renters. Think about it. Who are you driving around? Who are you steering around? Oh, I think you'd like it better over here. Or I think you'd like it better over there. When you're behind the steering wheel, right? Think of it that way. When you hear steering, think of a steering wheel. I think you'd like it better over here in this neighborhood, right? When you're the one that's making the decision of where somebody should live, that's steering, okay? So 11 is I. Undercover checker who monitors fair housing compliance.
Tester.
Tester, 12 is J. Now, next to the letter K, I want you to cross out the word benign. The word benign means there's nothing wrong with it, but all discrimination is wrong. So let's just read it as it is. Discrimination intended to correct past wrongs.
Reverse
Reverse
discrimination.
discrimination, 10 is K.
That's true.
Federal agency enforcing civil rights compliance.
That
Attorney
Department of
General.
Housing and Urban Development?
Or for short, HUD. Correct. Correct. 4 is L. Statement about discrimination everyone listing property must receive at time of listing. I'm going to throw that in there. That's M.
This will be number 1.
Number 1, the Attorney General's memorandum. 1 is M. There we go.
The time of listing.
All right. All right. All right. All right.
All right, 3 more chapters to go for today.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll try.
We got 20 to go next, right?
Yep. 20
hours
20
show,
is
people.
tiny. 20's tiny. Okay. There's not much in 20. Actually, 5 looks kind of small, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the.
Looks can be deceiving though. Some of the smaller chapters take us longer than the bigger chapters. Like chapter 21 is a huge chapter. We go through it like in no time. You know,
What if we don't get through the book in
we'll get
10
through
days?
the book. We'll get through the book. Look, even if worst case scenario, if it seems like we're a little bit behind, I'll tell you to read chapter 18 on your own because chapter 18 is a story. And I'll just tell you to highlight the words that you need to know, which are not many new words in that chapter. But it just basically
Gotcha.
chapter 18 talks about subdivision developments and how they work. Okay.
Sounds like a bedtime story.
Yeah, it's pretty much, how does a developer do a development, and it's pretty straightforward just by reading a story, There's a couple of new words in there or things that need an explanation where I would explain that to you if we were falling behind. Okay, so we'll see. Okay.
Okay.
So my goal is for tomorrow for us to be done with chapter 10. Okay. As long as we're close, at least we have a chance of playing catch up, right? So chapter 5. Whoa, it would help if I opened up the slideshow, wouldn't it?
But 20.
Sorry? Oh, no, we're gonna do chapter 5 right now and then 20.
Okay.
Actually, once we start 5, we're kind of gonna be doing 5 and 20 at the same time, as you'll see what I'm talking about in a second. There's a method to my madness. So let me open chapter 5 slideshow, and at the same time, I'm gonna open chapter 20. La, da, 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 da. Let me change this. This is not 14th edition now. It's my 14th edition. And is this. All righty, let's get started. Let's get cooking. Bum. All right, chapter 5. What is real estate? That's a pretty good question, seeing as it's a real estate class, right? What is real estate? At the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to identify characteristics of real estate, distinguish the characteristics of personal property versus fixtures. So let's jump right in with the bundle of rights. At the bottom of page 83, let's just highlight the word bundle of rights, a term you just need to know. You don't need to know what all the rights are included in that bundle, but you do need to understand what it is that you're getting when you're getting real estate. So real property ownership is often described as the bundle of rights. And within this bundle is the right of possession or seizin. That's the exclusive right to possess the property. The right to use the property in any legal manner. The right of quiet enjoyment, to enjoy the premises without being disturbed by others. The right of exclusion, to use the property without having others entering or occupying it. I guess that's also not being disturbed by them, right? And the right of disposition or alienation. That means to be able to sell or give away or let, that's another word for lease, the property, or transfer it, any of those rights to another person. Okay, so disposition is basically your right to sell or give away the property. Alienation, you need to know this term because we're going to have it again in different chapters. It'll be used in mortgage. There's an alienation clause in mortgages. We'll see it in a couple times used. So let me give you the simplest dumbed down definition without getting too specific. And then this way you could figure it out in other chapters and other uses because it has the same basic meaning. Alienation is a transfer of property. Boom. Boom. Transfer of property. Okay, now we could transfer property ownership during your life or after your death, right? We could also have alienation can be voluntary or involuntary. Here's some examples of voluntary alienation. You could sell the property or give it away, or you can leave it to somebody in a will. That's devise. Devise means to leave property by will. Or you can lease it to someone, or you can license it. Okay, that's different forms of alienation, but that are voluntary. Now, involuntary alienation is foreclosure. The property's getting taken away from you. That's involuntary. Involuntary means you don't want it. Voluntary means something that you wanted. So alienation being a transfer of property, if it's voluntary, it's something that you wanted to do. Involuntary alienation means you're losing the property, but not by choice. Escheat, we're going to learn this term. Escheat means when you die and you don't have a will, the property will go to your natural heirs. But if no natural heirs can be located, the state will take your property. That's through a process that's known as escheat. That we're going to go through chapter 20 to learn about that one in a little more detail in just a moment. Partition. What does the word partition mean to you before we start reading any definitions in this book?
Split it up.
To split something, right? So that's exactly what we're talking about here. Partition, if you co-own a property with somebody who you're not married to, and you want to sell that property, but they do not, what are your options? Well, you could see if they're willing to buy your interest out, but if they don't have the money or they can't buy it or they don't want to, can you sell your interest in that real estate to someone else? Sure you can. But it may be hard to find someone who's willing to buy your interest to be partners with somebody that they don't know, right? So If you're unable to sell that property, are you stuck now owning it with this person that you don't want to own it anymore? No. You could take them to court, and it's called a partition proceeding, where you sue your co-owner, forcing them to sell or divide the property if it's not possible to physically divide the property. But a judge will take all that into consideration. These are definitions we'll see in the coming pages. And a suit for adverse possession, that's a form of involuntary alienation where somebody can take ownership of your property because they've used it for a period of time as defined by law. Kind of like squatters' rights. All right. So within these rights are further rights to improve or devise. Devise means to leave by will. We got that definition further on page 276 that we're going to be going over in a moment. Mortgage, encumber, cultivate, explore, mine, build, lease, license, dedicate, give away, abandon, share, trade, or exchange the property. All terms we're going to go over. Dedicate or dedication, we're going to go over that in chapter 18, the chapter we were just talking about. But I'll explain it right now. What is dedication? Dedication is when you give land to the government for a public use, such as streets, schools, and parks. And chapter 18 is that chapter with subdivisions and developments. You figure a lot of times a builder owns all that land, and they may be making driveways and roads within a subdivision or a development. Now, are they going to keep those roads private, or are they going to dedicate them, turn them over to the municipality that they'll now be public roads? Well, that's something that they need to decide when they're getting the approvals for the subdivision. But what do we call it when they give land to the government for a public use, like streets, schools, and parks? Dedication. You need to know that. You'll get that on exam. Let's see, some other common words here. Encumber and mortgage we're going to learn about. All right, we'll learn about these later. So turn to page 84. There's the rest of the bundle of rights there. And you see that picture? It looks like a bunch of twigs that are wrapped up, right? Well, they are twigs. They're called olive branches, okay? That is your rights, your bundle of rights that you get when you own real property. Now, it says underneath there, within these ownership rights include further rights to improve or devise. Highlight, devise, leave by will.
What?
Page 84 under the picture of the twigs.
Uh-huh.
The olive
Okay.
branch, right? Devise means to leave by will. And they have a bunch of those other terms that we're going to go over too. Again. But you should have in your notes, devise, not to be confused with a term called demise, which I have on a upcoming slide. See, here it is, right here in front of us right now. Boom. I actually say that some of these things are in chapter 20. So obviously we're going to be going to chapter 20 so that we could, some of these things are crossing each other, crossing paths here. So devise means to transfer property by will through your last will and testament, right? Not to be confused with demise. You see those words look very similar. If you had them a multiple choice on an exam, devise and demise, they look a lot the same, right? But demise is a transfer of property by lease. Every lease has a demising clause in it that states that the landlord is to let the premises and the tenant is to take control of the premises. That's the demising clause. Although if you were really to concentrate and think about it on exam, it's easy to think that demise is the one that's by death, right? You finally met your demise, right? Demise sounds like death, but it's not. It's the opposite of what you think it is. Devise is the one by death, by will, and demise is a transfer by lease. I put these two together, even though they're demise, you're not going to get until a later chapter, chapter 12. I'm putting these two together because they're commonly mixed up words that people do. And I'm pointing it out for you so you don't get surprised with it on an exam. All right, testate. Testate means that you have prepared a will. Intestate means that you did not prepare a will. We're going to be going to chapter 20 and highlighting these there in a moment. Probate. When somebody dies, and whether they have a will or they do not, if they have a will, that will needs to be probated. What does that mean? Probate is a court proceeding that determines who the heirs of an estate are and what the assets of the estate are after all the debts have been paid, no matter if you had a will or not. Okay. Escheat is when you die intestate. What is intestate? Without a will. And no heirs can be located. The property reverts to the state, meaning that the state takes ownership of it. So the state doesn't want your property. So what they're going to do is they're going to sell it at auction. And then they're going to hold that money in a fund for 1 year. And the heirs will have an opportunity within that year to claim it. If they don't, then the state takes the money. That's how escheat works. The state escheats you out of your property. All right. Legacy and bequests. You may have heard these terms in movies before, you know, for a little bit of drama where somebody died and they're reading the will. I bequeath to thee my vast fortune of $4 in my bank accounts. So a bequest is your wishes, your wishes. A legacy is the gift of personal property that you leave behind to somebody. It's your personal fortune that you've amassed in your lifetime of all your assets. Dower or courtesy rights, we're going to be learning that in this chapter, or is that the next chapter? That's in the next chapter, page 95. Let me put a little cross-reference here. Hold on. All right, page 95. Okay. Okay, so dower courtesy rights. Okay, so what is dower and courtesy rights? We're going to go over this again in the next chapter, so don't sweat it too much right now. Dower. Anybody ever hear of a dowry? You know what a dowry is? Anybody? What's a dowry? It's common in some cultures. A lot of people may say, "Oh, it's a wedding gift."
Yeah.
And I'll say, yeah, that's what the wife always says. In some cultures, it's common where when a couple is getting married, the wife's father or family will give a gift to the young man or his family. That's what they call it. They say it's a wedding gift. In reality, the way I kind of look at it, the way a lot of guys look at it is dowry is some young girl's father is paying off some young man to please take her away. Right? I mean, sometimes it could be like, hey, here's 2 goats and a cow, you know?
Oh, come on.
Different cultures, different gifts, you know. I mean, if you really look at it for what it is what it is. It's a payoff. Here, take her away, please. You know. Otherwise, why would the wife be giving that gift to the husband, right? All right. So anyway, the dower is the wife's right to have. This is not dowry. This is something totally different. I just brought that up just to make you laugh. It has nothing to do with this. Okay. Dower and courtesy. What is dower and courtesy rights? Well, dower is the wife's right to half of all of her, to half of all the property. All right, well, let's just leave it at that. A dower is the wife's right to all of the property, or at least half of all the property her husband owned during his lifetime. And courtesy is a similar right that the husband has to all the property that the wife owned during her lifetime. New Jersey abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights on May 28, 1980, a date you must memorize.
What is it?
So
Jersey?
dower and courtesy rights. Yes, dower is the wife's right in the husband's property upon his death. Courtesy is the husband's right in the wife's property upon her death. And your spouse has rights to all of your property when you die. You cannot keep it from your spouse. If you were married before May 28, 1980. That's the date that New Jersey abolished the creation. They didn't abolish dower and courtesy rights. They abolished the creation of any new dower or courtesy rights. So now, people who are married after May 28, 1980, marriages after this date, your spouse only has the right to the primary marital residence. And of course, anything that you left them in a will. All right. Now, how do you remember the difference between these two? Well, we're going to go over this again in the next chapter, but dower, I tell people to remember it like this. Dower begins with a doe. Anybody know what a doe is?
Mm-hmm.
Doe is a female deer, right? Doe is a deer, a female deer, right? So dower is doe, a doe is a deer, female deer. That's the wife's right, the female, right? Dower, doe, doer is a deer, okay? Courtesy, because men are courteous to women, is the husband's right. So that's the way I remember the two. Dower, because dower begins with doe, and doe is a deer, a female deer, and courtesy, because men are courteous to women. So that's how I remember which right belongs to who, which one's the wife's right, which one's the husband's right. And then you just got to straight up memorize May 28, 1980. There's no trick to memory. You got to memorize the date. Okay. You'll get a question on some exams usually.
Okay, so wait, give me a second.
Is this in a book to highlight it or no?
Yeah. We're gonna go there in a moment to chapter 20.
Okay.
Okay, so good.
I just want to run through the slide really quick, and then we'll get to the chapter 20, and we'll look at the stuff there too, and we'll do our highlights there. Okay, descent and distribution. This is what we're actually going to go over here now in chapter 20, is the law that determines who gets your assets if you die intestate. What does that mean, intestate? What is intestate?
Didn't have a will.
When you die without a will.
Mm-hmm.
Testate is when you die with the will. Intestate is when you die without one. So go to page 340. Go to chapter 20, page 340.
Oh my God.
All right. Everybody on page 340, chapter 20?
Uh-huh.
All righty. Let me try to switch our slideshow over here because I got a chapter 20 slide here. You're going to be able to describe the 4 methods of title transfer, explain the process of transfer of title of a deceased person, title to real estate. Title means ownership. Alienation is the transfer of title or transfer of property. It could be voluntary or involuntary at or after one's death, while you're alive or after death. It's voluntary if it's through a will, or involuntary if there was no will left. It would be transferred by escheat if the state takes it. So voluntary alienation, what does that mean? It means something you wanted. So voluntary can be done by, you could sell the property, lease it, give it away, exchange it. That is voluntary alienation. You could transfer it to the government. What do we call it when you give the land to the government for streets, schools, and parks? That's called dedication.
Dedication.
Okay. So it's giving land to the government for public use such as streets, schools, and parks. Now, when government gives land to a private person, they give that through grant. So a public grant is when the government gives land to an individual, they grant them the ownership. Okay. All right, so involuntary alienation is something that you don't want. It's transfer of the ownership without the owner's consent. An example of this would be escheat. What's escheat again? When you die with no heirs,
No wills.
with no will and no heirs can be located, the state takes the property through a process
Yes.
known as escheat, which we're going to go over.
And they resell it again.
Cheat you out your property.
They escheat you out of your property, right? And eminent domain, what is eminent domain? Eminent domain is a right that the government has to take your property with just compensation if it's needed for a greater public good. But wait a minute, what if you don't want to sell it? Well, you don't got a choice. So that would be involuntary sale, right? It's still involuntary alienation. Let's see, for unsatisfied debts, like with foreclosure, when you don't pay your mortgage loan, you get foreclosed on. That's involuntary. You don't want to lose your property, but you don't have a choice if you don't pay your bills, right? By court action with a partition proceeding or action of quiet title. By adverse possession, this often involves tacking on. Squatters' rights, okay. It's done by easement by prescription. All right, here, let me see. Intestate, okay, this is the same thing over and over again here. Already explained, probate, devise. Let's just highlight this stuff now. In the book on page 340. Just highlight voluntary alienation. They really don't have a good definition here without reading the whole entire thing. So just highlight the title, voluntary alienation. And then in the next paragraph where it says involuntary alienation, highlight in the paragraph where it says involuntary alienation, highlight that. And in that same paragraph, the last sentence, I want you to highlight, when a person dies intestate and leaves no heirs, the title to their real estate passes to the state by escheat. Now, I told you guys about probate, right? Probate is a court proceeding that determines what the assets of the estate are after all debts have been paid and who the rightful heirs are, and distributes the assets according to either the will, or if you have no will, according to who the rightful heirs are, whatever's left over after all debts have been paid. So if we see on page 341, it says land may be transferred without the owner's consent to satisfy debts contracted by the owner. In such a case, the property is foreclosed on, okay? This is when you're alive still, though. So that's one form of involuntary alienation. Involuntary alienation can also be a partition proceeding where one co-owner seeks to force another to sell or divide the property. Highlight that in the second paragraph, second sentence. Partition proceeding, one co-owner seeks to force another to sell or divide the property.
Where is that?
It is on second paragraph, page 341, second sentence. Partition proceeding, one co-owner seeks to force another to sell or divide the property. Now, the last paragraph, we're not highlighting anything here, but it's interesting. It says, land can also be transferred by the natural forces of the water and wind, which either increases the property by accretion or decreases it through erosion. That's the wearing away of land. The latter would be a form of involuntary alienation, right? If there's a storm and it wears away the water, maybe you own a beach house and the storm wears away the land and washes away a lot of the sand, all right? That's erosion. The beach just got eroded by the storm, right? That's a form of involuntary alienation. You didn't want that to happen. It's a loss of land by Mother Nature. Right?
Mhm.
All right, the next section here is adverse possession. Now, the book is all over the place with this. This version of the book is all over the place anyway. Probably because our politicians in New Jersey are not doing their job. I've been monitoring this for over 8 years now. The state of New Jersey has a couple laws on the books that contradict each other. There's this law called adverse possession that says that when you have been using someone else's property for a period of time as defined by law. Now, there's a couple of laws in New Jersey where that period of time differs. There's a 30-year law, there's a 60-year law, and there's a 20-year common law. So right now, our legislators are working. They're all in agreement on what they want to do to this law. They want to do away with the 30-year law and the 60-year law and just have a 20-year common law. That when somebody uses your property out in the open, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, and without their permission for 20 years, that person can take you to court and claim ownership of your property. This is why any property owner should take immediate action against any adverse possessors to get them off their property, because there's the possibility that they could claim ownership of it. But right now, this law has been conflicting for the last at least 8 years. It's been in legislature for the last 8 years that I'm aware of, that they're going to do away with them. How incompetent are our politicians in New Jersey when they're all in agreement on what they want to do to the law, and it's still 8 years later and they still have not done it? It's freaking ridiculous. But if they want to pass a new gas tax, how quick can they get that done? What was that, 30 days? You guys with me?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This thing keeps cycling through your videos and pictures and stuff. So right now I'm not seeing anybody's images.
So is that like if a renter is in someone's residential home that they've
No.
lived there? Okay.
It's by the person, it has to be without the owner's approval. So if you're there on that property with the owner's approval, they can never claim adverse possession.
Okay.
All right. This is like a squatter who you own a couple of acres of land and they put up a little campground in it, and they've been living on the far end of your property for the last couple of years that you've been unaware of. You know, but they're out in the open, they're not hiding it. They didn't get your permission to do it, you know. And if they're there long enough, they could claim ownership of it. So the law requires every property owner should at least walk the boundaries of their property at least once every 20 years, right? If you don't, you deserve to lose it. You know, if you're not even looking after your own property in that period of time, right? So this adverse possession rule, if we look in the book, it says adverse possession is another means of involuntary transfer. An owner may lose title to another person who has some claim of the land, takes possession, and most importantly, uses the land. Use is an important aspect of that. This law really is an old law. The purpose of it was mainly for farming. Now, in New Jersey, a person may acquire title by adverse possession through continuous, open, notorious, hostile and exclusive occupation of another person's property for a period of 30 years. If it's vacant, unimproved woodlands, that would be for 60 years. Now, after that time, the user may perfect the claim of title to land through adverse possession by bringing a court suit to quiet title. All right, to claim the ownership. You don't automatically become the owner of someone else's property because you've been using it for a period of time as defined by law. You have to perfect this easement by taking the person to court to claim the ownership. So through the process known as tacking, continuous periods of adverse possession may be combined by successive users, thus enabling a person who had not been in possession for the entire 30 years to establish a claim of adverse possession. The process is not automatic. Legal action is required to perfect the claim. Adverse possession is not possible against publicly owned properties. You can't squat on government land and then claim ownership. In other words, you can never claim government-owned property by adverse possession. Now, once an adverse user has established title, the former owner has no further recourse. So to prevent this loss of title, every person having a right to title to real estate must inspect the property at least once within the 30-year period and take action against any adverse claim. Property owners who feel that the governmental requirement have taken away their rights to use or develop their property may seek damages under a concept of something called inverse condemnation. Okay, you don't need to know all this. The burden is on the owners who must prove that okay, no, you don't need to know all that. Here, what I did on mine is I did this. I put a bracket, there we go. I put a bracket around that paragraph, the whole paragraph. And I made a little note for myself there in the margin that, you know, New Jersey's working on doing away with the 30-year and 60-year law and just making it a 20-year common law, but they haven't done it yet. So for exams, we're going to highlight something in the book. In the first paragraph under adverse possession, we're going to highlight the second sentence that says, in New Jersey, a person may acquire title by adverse possession through the continuous, open, notorious, and exclusive occupation of another person's property for 30 years, 60 years if woodland. In other words, unimproved woodland. Unimproved land, it's just vacant woodlands. The person has to have occupied that property for 60 years before they can make a claim of adverse possession. So what's common law that I've been talking about? Common law is a law that's common amongst the states, or if there is no law on the books to address the topic, common law, a law that would be common across state borders, would be shared amongst all the states. So then you would go with the common law rule. So New Jersey is going to do away with the 60-year and the 30-year law, and they're going to replace it with a 20-year common law. But we're going to be going over this again in chapter 7. 7 is the chapter that we initially go over it, I believe. Nope, chapter 6, my bad. Here's adverse possession, easement by prescription. Which in the book on chapter 6, they only refer to the 20-year period and they never mention the 30 and 60-year. So for exams, since our politicians never ratified the law yet to the common law, we're going to study that 30 and 60-year, and I'm going to make an adjustment to our slides when we get to it. I don't think I have an adjustment to the easement by prescription here. I don't think it's even mentioned in this chapter. I'll add a note about it and I'll update this slide about easements by prescription. So what we do have highlighted though in our book there is about the easement by prescription, how you could claim ownership. And then in the next paragraph, under adverse possession, the second paragraph, the last sentence, I want you to highlight the process is not automatic. Legal action is necessary to perfect the claim.
Wait. Second paragraph?
In the second paragraph, next to last sentence, it says the process is not automatic. Legal action is necessary to perfect the claim. And you see, oh, right on this slide right here, you see at the bottom,
Yeah.
suit for adverse possession. I want you to write that underneath there where it says legal action is required to perfect the claim. That lawsuit is called a suit for adverse possession. Suit for adverse possession. Now, what the hell? I'm going to make a little notation here. Adverse possession often involves description. I'm gonna open up a slide from chapter 6 because that's where it's going to be mentioned again in chapter 6. I'm going to steal that definition and put that slide in here as well. Okay. Let me just look it up. And copy that, minimize that. And we'll add another slide in here. Boom. All right, so here we go. I added this little slide in here. It says easement by prescription, adverse possession. When you use someone else's property for a period of time as defined by state law, 20 years, common law. Is what it will be changed to. Okay. So currently, the prescriptive period is 30 years. So we're going to write 30 years or 60 years for unimproved vacant woodlands. Well, it's not going to be vacant if somebody's using it, I guess, right? So I'm going to say unimproved woodlands. And then I'll just make a little note there, politicians working to change it. 20 years, common law is what the law will be changed to. All right. All right, so the use has to be continuous, hostile, adverse to the owner's title, exclusive, and without the owner's approval. Additionally, the use has to be visible, open, and notorious. That person can take the owner to court and claim ownership of the land. So it's basically squatters' rights. The lawsuit is called a suit for adverse possession. Now, what happens if there was one owner that was only there for 15 years? Well, let's just say, okay, let's go with the 30 year. Let's say there was one owner there that was there for 20 years and he died and he left it to his son, and his son was there for 10 years. Well, through a process known as tacking, one owner can add their time onto another's. They call that tacking of time, okay, to reach the prescriptive period. All right, we'll go over that more in chapter 6, because chapter 6 is the real chapter to go over this crap. And here's a couple of other additional terms for us. We know that testate is when you died with a will, right? So the person who makes a will, if they're male, they're called a testator. If they're a female, they're a testatrix. Trixie. Testatrix. All right, we could add this. You could also just add these to this slide. Testates, intestates. There we go. Let me add that to your chapter 5 slideshow as well to replace the terms. All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm making a bunch of changes to the other slideshows too, to update them. All right, so on this one slide with this, this is in chapter, I have this in chapter 20 slideshow, and I also have this in the chapter 5 slideshow. We have all of our death terms here. Devise is to leave property by will. Demise is to leave a property by lease. Testate is when you die with a will. Intestate is when you die without a will. Here, that's not an L, that's an I. Intestate. A testator is a person who made a will, if they're male. I'm going to say a man who made a will. This is legal terminology. Don't bust my chops with gender and words and all that. Testatrix is a female who made a will. Okay. We already learned about probate, legacy, bequest, dower. Okay. Now, there's going to be some interesting stuff here in this chapter 20 now. Even though we're done pretty much with this slideshow, let's look at the book. Transfer of a deceased person's property. Let's highlight these terms that we already just went over. Under transfer of deceased person's property, let's highlight intestate without having left a will. And at the end of that same paragraph, testate has prepared a will. And then in the next section where it says probate proceedings, we're going to highlight probate or administration is a legal process which in which a court determines who inherits a property of a deceased person and what the assets of the estate are. Now let me continue reading. Either an executor or an executrix who is named in the will, or an administrator would be somebody who's named by the courts if there was no executor or executrix and there was no valid will. So basically, if you die without a will, the court will appoint somebody to try to find out who your heirs are and make sure that your assets are distributed to them. That person's known as an administrator, okay? Turn the page. 342. Highlight a last will and testament is an instrument made by an owner to voluntarily convey the owner's property after their death. So last will and testament, you know, I'm going to add that to these terms later on, not right now in class, but I'm at least going to put this here, last will and testament. Tesla. And I'm just going to put a little notation there, page 242. I'll update this later with the right definition. Okay. A will, your last will and testament is only valid. It only takes effect after you die. If you write in a will that you're leaving a property to somebody, can you still sell that property while you're alive?
Yeah.
Sure you can. So you should update your will periodically, because if you didn't update that will, that person may be thinking they're getting a house, but you didn't have that house still, so they don't get it, right? So a will takes effect only after the death of the descendant, and until that time, any property covered by the will can be conveyed by the owner. A party who makes a will is known as a testator. Put a highlighted box around this paragraph. A party who makes a will is known as a testator or a testatrix if you're a female. The gift of real property by will is known as devise. And a person who receives real property by will is known as a devisee. All these words are making your head spin, aren't they? I'm going to give you a little tip of legal terminology. Words that end in OR means that somebody is giving something. That person is giving something. Words that end in EE is the person who's receiving something. We know that the root word testate, what does that mean? You died with a will, right? So the testator is the person who made the will, who's giving the items in the will. All right. We know that the word devise is a gift of real property by will. So a devisee is the one who's receiving the real property, and the devisor is the one that's receiving it. Let's see what chapter that's in for you. Either chapter 6 or 7. We're going to have that little chart here on page 108. Okay, guys, mark your page. Hold on to this page, and just to look at it, go back to page 108 for a second. Page 108. There's a chart here. You see the chart on page 108?
Yeah.
It says remembering legal terminology, OR versus EE. You see there's one column with the product, another one says the person that's giving the product, and the other one is the person receiving the product. Above where it says person giving the product, write OR in quotes like it is at the top of the page. OR. And EE above the person receiving the product. It's a good way to remember a lot of legal terms without getting confused. Like the word devise. What does devise mean again? Here, let's put it up here. Devise, transfer or leave property by will in your last will and testament, right? So who's the devisor? It's the person who made the will. They're the one that's giving the property by will. And the devisee is the one who's receiving the property by will. How do we know this? Because words that end in OR, the person's giving something. Words that end in EE, that person is getting something. Doesn't that make it easier to remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Know that.
Remember I told you the word grant is when the government gives property to a private person, they give that property ownership by grant. So who's the grantor?
The person who's receiving it.
All right. Well, you know what? Government gives property to people by public grants. If I'm selling you my property, the seller is known as the grantor. We transfer ownership by grant as well. So the seller is the grantor and the buyer is the grantee. A legacy is your personal fortune that you've amassed during your lifetime, right? So the legator is the person who's leaving it. The legatee is the person that's receiving it. You guys know what a lease is? A lease is a, yeah, I know we all know what a lease is, but if I ask you to define it, it's a little bit hard, right? It's a contract where an owner intentionally conveys their rights and interests to the real estate they own for a temporary period of time to a renter, to somebody else. So they're turning over their property to you and they're giving up all their rights to the property except for the rights of ownership and to sell it, right? So the lessor is the one who gives you the lease. That would be the property owner, right? Or the landlord. So the lessee is the person who's receiving the lease. That would be the tenant.
Yeah.
Right? See, this is easy to track if you just know what a lease is, right? Well, a lease is that contract, right? So who gives you the lease? The landlord, you know that. So the lessor, OR, would be the landlord, and the lessee is the tenant. They're the one that's getting the lease. See, OR giving, EE getting. Makes it easier to remember. As long as you know what the root word means, right? Now, mortgage is a little wacky because most people don't realize what a mortgage is. Most people think a mortgage is a loan. It's not. A mortgage is a promise to pay. Banks don't make promises, they make loans. So the proper way to say it is a mortgage loan. The mortgage is a promise to pay. So a lot of people usually screw this one up. When you go to the bank to get a loan as the borrower, you're making a promise to the bank that if they lend you the money, you promise to pay them back according to the terms of the loan. So the borrower is the mortgagor, and the bank, the lender, is the mortgagee. They're the one that's taking your promise. It's not about the money, it's about the promise. Who gives the promise to repay? The borrower. The bank, the lender, is taking your promise in exchange for the loan. And then if you violate the terms of that loan, they foreclose on you, sell the property at auction, and use the proceeds to pay off the debt. All right, so how to remember this? Well, the word mortgagor has 2 O's in it, and the word borrower has 2 O's in it. You could write that next to mortgagor, write the word borrower. B-O-R-R-O-W-E-R. And mortgagee has 2 E's in it, and the word lender has 2 E's in it. But that's still too difficult because it requires you to think to remember. And I don't want you guys to have to think. You guys are already overburdened with thought, all the stuff you need to remember. So let's dumb it down a bit for you, shall we? how to remember who the mortgagor or mortgagee is. You guys like music. You guys like rhymes. You guys like to sing, right? Well, this isn't exactly a singing rhyme or anything, but the mortgagor is the borrower. Who's the mortgagor? The borrower. The mortgagor is the borrower. My annoying voice is going to be stuck in your head forever now. The mortgagor is the borrower. Now there's no rhyming to it for the mortgagee is the lender. You know, that don't work. You just need to figure that out. But the mortgagor, who's the mortgagor?
The borrower.
Borrower.
The borrower. The mortgagor is the borrower. Come on, guys. I want everybody to say it. The mortgagor is the borrower.
Borrower.
Now you need to stress the OR part. Or the mortgagor is the borrower. I'm telling you, it sounds stupid, but you're going to remember it this way. You guys will be thanking me later. I know when my students have gone to a testing site. I've had students from different classes that were at a testing site, and they were able to pick out other students from my class because they were like, mortgagor is the bar. Like they heard them like saying it quiet, like singing it to themselves at the testing center. Yeah, it's funny. I'm the only one that teaches people like this with stupid kinds of things like this. The mortgagor is the borrower, but it works. I don't care if it's stupid. I don't care if it's silly. There is no wrong way to remember, guys. You guys have to remember a lot of information, and there's no wrong way to remember. I don't care if it's an inappropriate joke that helps you remember a word, go with it. If it's something that helps you remember, look, different things work for different people. For me, sometimes it's rhymes or misspelling words, okay? Whatever works for you. You're gonna see later on when we start talking about appraising, you know, there's a type of appraisal for a veteran's loan, a VA loan. And the certificate, the appraisal statement for a VA loan is called a CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. I just tell people, just remember that car, the Honda CRV. And poof, people always remember it for some reason. They just think Honda CRV. Well, what was that called? Oh, it was that car, CRV. Boom. When you see it in a multiple choice, they always get it right. You know, it's stupid crap like that that helps you remember. It may be stupid, but if it helps you remember, you know, I'm all for it. Okay, I'm big on stupid. All right, so let's go back now to page 342. Because we were talking about all this testator, devisor, devisee, and I could see your eyes glazing over. So I wanted to show you that shortcut, you know, words that end in OR and words that end in EE. As long as you remember the root word, it's not really that hard to remember, you know. And they will be asking these questions on exams. They'll be using these words. They're not going to be asking you on exam, who is the lessor? Who is the lessee? That's too easy. Instead, they're going to be having questions. They're going to say, the lessor, they're going to have the words lessor and lessee in the question itself. And if you can't instantly figure out who the players are in the question, then you're not going to understand what the hell it is that they're asking of you. So I want you guys to be able to remember that. Remember, OR, they're giving something. EE, they're getting something. All right. Okay. Now, in New Jersey, here we go. We're back on page 342 on the third paragraph now. All right. Everybody following me here? Because now it's just a story. I think that we got one more thing to highlight here, but not for a little while. In New Jersey, children can be disinherited, so be good to your parents. But a surviving spouse is entitled to at least 1/3 of the estate. Wait, what? Yes, if you're married and you die, you have to leave your spouse at least 1/3 of all your assets. 1/3. Now, you may have some people saying, no, that's bullshit, you know, because they get half of everything. Your spouse gets half of everything. No, they don't. Like, well, when I got divorced, my spouse got half of everything. People always say. Well, you know what my response to that is? Because they had a good lawyer. And it's true. Because the law only requires that your spouse get 1/3 of the estate. So, but this is pertaining to death now, not divorce. So calculating that augmented estate is a complex calculation. In a case where a will does not provide the minimum statutory inheritance, the surviving spouse has the option informing the court that they're going to take the statutory share rather than the lesser share that was provided for in the will. So if your spouse dies and they didn't leave you at least 1/3 of the estate, they try to pretty much write you out of the will, you can be like, yeah, nah, instead I'm going to take the minimum that the state requires that you would have left me, okay? They call that the right of election. And the right of election is reserved only for a surviving spouse. You don't need to highlight any of this. I'm just reading the story just so you understand how it works. Now, a will differs from a deed in that a deed conveys the present interest in real estate during the lifetime of the grantor. So how do we transfer ownership of real property while we're alive? By some sort of deed of conveyance. While a will conveys no interest in the property until after the death of the testator. So to be valid, a deed must be delivered during the lifetime of the grantor. Highlight that. To be valid, a deed must be delivered during the lifetime of the grantor. If you sell me your property and we're striking a deal, we agree on price and everything, and you sign the deed transferring the ownership to me, when does the transfer of ownership take place? We already discussed this once before. It takes place upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself. However, let's just say you signed the deed in my name, you named me in the deed as the buyer, and you as the seller signed the deed transferring the ownership to me. Let's say you dropped dead before you actually delivered the deed to me. Did the transfer of ownership take place?
No.
No, because you never gave the deed to me. Even though you meant to, you never gave the deed to me. All right. Now, unless I can prove that it was your intent to, because there's also something called implied delivery and acceptance. Okay, so if there was other people involved in this, say we both had our attorneys on the phone too and said, okay, so I'm going to transfer the money over to your account and you're going to put the deed in the mail to me. And you're signing the deed that your attorney prepared, right? And you dropped dead and the deed was on the floor next to you, okay? You just never got to it. So did the transfer of ownership take place? Am I gonna get your property or are your heirs gonna get it in your will? Because remember, when you die, you don't transfer property by a deed, you transfer it by your will. Your assets gets transferred that way. So if you died and you signed that deed already over to me, but you never delivered it, but we had the conversation and I have witnesses, my attorney, your attorney, that you were going to. So if you ever signed it, then transfer of property by implication took place because you signed it, you just never got to deliver it. And all I got to do is transfer that money to your account. And guess what? I'm the owner. We have something called implied delivery and acceptance too. All right. So, you already highlighted that. Okay, so let's see. Legal requirements of making the will. Does anybody here have a will?
No.
Anybody have a will here?
No.
Nobody got a will. Anybody here got kids?
Yes.
And you don't have a will. Yeah, I don't own anything, okay? Could be the excuse that a lot of people give, right? Listen, you could take a blank piece of paper and write last will and testament, put a date on it.
Sorry, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Good, good. You should have A will.
The children.
You could have a handwritten will that you just write off just some of the basics. I own a house. I want my kids to get the house and split it equally amongst them. You know, I have a bank account. I want the kids to get this and that. Okay. You could just handwrite it like that. A handwritten will in New Jersey doesn't require any witnesses' signatures. It is legal in New Jersey. They call it a holographic will. A handwritten will is called a holographic will, requires no witnesses, and it's legal in New Jersey. All right. Or look, you could get Quicken Willmaker or Susie Orman Willmaker, and you could follow the computer program. I mean, it'll cost you like $20 for some of these software where it'll make you a will that's legal in all 50 states. Just have your, you know, it's not a bad idea to have an attorney look it over, but you could have a lot of these cheap softwares that'll make you a will. You follow the instructions, you print it out, and then you sign it. However, this type of a will requires 2 witnesses' signatures. And both of those witnesses' signatures have to be notarized in order for that will to be valid, or to be able to speed along the probate process. Okay, I'm telling you guys, it's important to have a will because look, especially if you're not rich, because the courts are going to have to assign somebody to an administrator to deal with the things. Then they're going to have to hire attorneys. And at the end of the day, the attorneys and administrators are going to end up getting most of the money. And whoever you wanted to leave your assets to are going to be left with peanuts, if anything. Okay. And it's going to take a long time for it to happen because it's got to go through this long, lengthy process. But even if you have a simple written will like that, I mean, you don't know, you could get hit by a bus tomorrow, you know? Hope you don't. But you never know. It's life, right? Life is not predictable. So you should have a will. All right. Everybody should have a will, and then update it periodically. And most importantly, make sure that people can locate it. Because if nobody knows you got a will, what good is it going to serve? Nothing. Right? I should be a millionaire right now. But I had an uncle and an aunt that died, that they actually had a lot of stocks and savings. Me, my brother, and my sister would be millionaires right now. They had a lot of stocks in companies that were like, they bought penny stocks in companies, little startups like Yahoo, when it was penny stock. Things like that, Lucent Technologies, all that. They left the property. My uncle told my father that him and his wife went to the attorney and they wrote up new wills. They left everything to me, my brother, and my sister. Of course, if one of them is still alive, the other spouse gets it. And then if they die, everything goes to me, my brother, and my sister. And they both redid the will to say the same thing. All right. Now, my aunt, she ended up coming down with Alzheimer's and dementia. And so my uncle, he was a big guy. So instead of putting her in a nursing home, he showered her, you know, he took her to a tub and bathed her, kept her at home, and he fed her. He was a big guy. He was like 6'8", you know, big guy. And she was already a vegetable at this point, but he took care of her at home. On his way to bathe her or coming back from the bath, he had a massive stroke and died. Okay. We knew, and we had a copy of his will, but we didn't have a copy of my aunt's. So we put her in a nursing home because we couldn't take care of her. A couple months later, she died. But so everything goes according to her will now. However, we couldn't find the will, so we go to her attorney. Her attorney has a will. Great, awesome. We already know what it says, right? Well, that attorney was friends with her family, her relatives that she didn't get along with anymore. And in her old will, she was leaving everything to them and the Seeing Eye Dogs of Dover, New Jersey. Okay. Her attorney ripped up the new will, threw it away, burnt it, did something with it. Because she said, oh, there's no new will, even though my uncle told us that there was. But if you can't locate that new will, it's going to serve you no purpose. So make sure that you have that will, and maybe have duplicate originals of it laying around. Put one in a safe. have one with an attorney, have one with a family, or like my dad, he always had a briefcase where all of his important documents were. We didn't know what's in there, but we just knew that if something happened, you go to his briefcase because that's where all this stuff was, you know? You guys should have something similar so your kids or relatives can know where your stuff is, okay? All right. It's important to have a will. That's my bottom line, especially if you have kids, okay? Now, is a video will legal in New Jersey? Would you think? It is not. I asked an attorney, I called an attorney one time during my class, and I asked them because a student asked me. So I called up the attorney, I said, hey, listen, are video wills legal? He said, no, video wills are not legal in New Jersey. It has to be in writing. A handwritten will, a holographic will, doesn't require witnesses. A typed will requires the signatures and 2 witnesses, and their signatures should be notarized. Now, if you want to add a little drama to it, you can read your will on a video, and then this way at the reading of the will, they could see you one last time, where you're reading the will for a little bit of an effect, a little bit of drama to your loved ones, where you're reading the will and you say, and to you, you get nothing. Just kidding. All right. However you want to, whatever kind of drama, I don't know what's going on in your family. All right. So, but these are options that you could do only for dramatic purposes, for the drama of it all. All right. So I told you, I promise you this is going to get interesting. All right. So transfer of title by descent. How does this work? Well, I told you every state has a law called a law of descent and distribution that determines who gets your assets if you die intestate. What does that mean again? Intestate? You did not have a will, right? So let's see who gets your stuff if you don't have a will. If you die tomorrow and you didn't have a will, well, title to real estate and personal property of a person who dies intestate passes to their heirs under the descent statutes, and the primary heir of the deceased are their spouse or civil partner or domestic partner and close blood relatives. When children have been legally adopted, most states consider them to be heirs of the adopting parents, but not heirs of ancestors of the adopting parents. So you could inherit from your adopted parents, but not their family, not their relatives. Now, could their relatives leave you something in a will? Sure, but this is what happens when you die without a will. In most states, illegitimate children, okay, let me give a definition. What is an illegitimate child? If your parents were not married when you were born, under the eyes of the law, you're illegitimate child. I know some of these are like medieval time type sounding laws, but if your parents weren't married when you were born, you're an illegitimate child. Or if I could put this in Game of Thrones terminology so that a lot of the modern people understand it a little bit better, you are the bastard child. Okay. All right. So illegitimate children inherit from the mother, but they do not inherit from their father, not unless he has admitted parentage in writing or parentage has been legally established in some other way. If he does adopt their own blood child, then that child would inherit as an adopted child would from their father, but not the father's relatives, which is pretty messed up seeing as you're a blood relative, you know? Okay, so intestate property is distributed according to the laws of the state where the property is located. Okay, because some people have questions about this, so this is why I like to go over this. So let's see, who gets your stuff? Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. So this, once again, this only happens when you die without a will. A surviving spouse or partner becomes the sole heir if the descendant leaves no parents or children. If there is a child or children who are also children of the surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives the first $50,000 plus 1/2 of the remaining estate. The rest goes to the child or children. If the descendant leaves parents and a spouse but no children, the spouse or partner receives the first 50,000 plus 1/2 of the remaining estate. The rest goes to the parent or parents. If if there are children who are not the children of the surviving spouse, hey, sometimes it happens, right? You're married and you have a kid from a previous marriage, right? So if there are children who are not the child of a surviving spouse, the spouse or partner receives half the estate, the child or children the other half. Now, where no spouse or partner survives, children become sole natural heirs. Where there's neither a surviving spouse nor children or children's own heirs, the estate first goes to parents, and failing that, to brothers and sisters or their heirs. Now, in default of any other natural heir, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and first cousins may be considered heirs. But beyond that point, the entire estate goes to the state of New Jersey by escheat. Highlight that word escheat right there. I just read to you the entire process of escheat. Oh, well, not the entire. We're going to finish reading now. The state treasurer would sell the property at a public sale. They got to give notice of the publication in the newspaper in Trenton and whatever the major newspaper is in the county where the property is located. And they advertise that property there for a couple of weeks. I think it's 4 or 5 weeks. And the proceeds of the sale are held in a fund for 1 year. And if no claims are made against that fund within the year, the state takes the money. So that's how it works. Now, I got 2 website links for you on the bottom of this browser window. Okay. My understanding is New Jersey was using this and this website right here. And my understanding is that they recently dropped it. They no longer, for some reason, put their information in missingmoney.com. Instead, New Jersey has its own. I don't know what they're doing in New Jersey. They went to missingmoney.com because it was better managed. I don't know what's going on with New Jersey, but anyway, this one, unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. I want everybody in this class today, after school, to go to unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. Put your name in there. Put your relatives' names in there. Friends, family, whatever. I guarantee you, at least one person in this class is going to find money that's due to them. Well, let me not guarantee that. Let me just say that most of the time, we find at least one person in this class that finds money due to them. Look, I've even had a girl in my class that it was just a couple $100, her last paycheck from her employer, who never turned it over to her. Instead, he gave it to the state. She was working at Hot Topic in the mall. You know, the boss never gave it to her. She looked it up and she saw that money there. She's like, oh, wow, yeah, he never paid me my last check. Oh, I guess he turned it over to the state. She claimed it and she got her money. Look at that. Class already paid for itself. Okay. Look, I found some things when my dad was still alive. I found things for my dad in there. He had $5 grand owed to him that he forgot about. He bought a savings CD that he forgot about. Savings CDs have to mature over a period of years. He forgot about it. You know, I found it. You download the paperwork, you could file the claim, and you could get the money. But that was on missingmoney.com. For different things, they stay in there for different periods of time. If it's somebody dies without a will and it has to deal with property, how long is it going to be in there?
For good.
1 year. I just read it, right? They sell the property at auction and they hold the money for 1 year, in which that time the relatives can make a claim against it. And if they don't, then the state takes the money. So look in there. You guys may have money owed to you that you're not even aware of. You know, people who had FHA loans in the past, that they paid off the loan, if they never made claims on the insurance, they may have money still owed to them, that they'll get money back. There's various reasons. When you have a bank account, if you closed it out or you forgot about it, the bank closed it out due to inactivity. They can't keep that money. They'll turn it over to the state. For things like banking, it needs to stay in there for 6 to 10 years, depending on what it is, whether it's a savings CD or if it's a bank account. Different things are for different periods of time. For escheat, it's 1 year. Banking stuff, it's 6 to 10 years, you know. So you may find things that you have money in there, or your relatives have money in there that's that you may be able to be entitled to it. Okay. So we have unclaimedproperty.com. Here, let me open it up for you so you can take a look at the website. All right, you could search for unclaimed property here. And then it's got all the forms and everything on that same page that you can make a claim. So you could put the name, the information, all that stuff in here, and you could search the database, okay? Or a business name even, okay? Or you have the missingmoney.com. I would still search missingmoney.com, even though New Jersey's not using it anymore. You may still find things from other states. I don't know, you may find New Jersey stuff in there still too, but for certain things, New Jersey's not using it anymore. I don't know why. So missingmoney.com and unclaimed, oh, they changed it. Oh no, here it is. Unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. The actual search page is this. It's a different link. Okay, so unclaimedproperty.nj.gov. And then you just do the search here. That's for New Jersey. Let me know if anybody finds anything, okay? There's only a 10% finder's fee. You guys have no.
Oh boy.
I'm kidding. There's no finder's fee. I'm kidding. All right. Geez, you're a tough crowd. All right. We're done with chapter 20. Let's do the key terms for chapter 20. Page 344. Transfer of title with the grantor's consent. What do we call that? Transfer of property, transfer of title with the grantor's consent. We're on the key terms to review, page 344. Wow.
Volunteer alienation?
Yes, 13 is A, voluntary alienation. Acquiring of property by natural heirs. I just read you the whole process of it.
Here.
Descent. 3 is B, descent. The process of descent and distribution, remember? The laws of descent and distribution. That determines who your natural heirs will get your property. All right, court proceeding to establish the validity of a will.
Probate.
Yeah, probate, 10 is C. Document disposing of property after one's death. How do you transfer your property after you die? You guys shouldn't even be looking at the answers. You can figure this out in your own head.
A will.
A will.
A will.
A will. 9 is D, last will and testament. See, sometimes when you guys are focusing too much on looking at the answers, it becomes harder than it needs to be. Same thing on exam. Try to think of the answers first before you ever look at them. Having made a will. What do we call it when somebody made a will?
Estate.
11 is E.
Estate.
Estate, correct. One who makes a will.
Testator.
Testator.
12.
12 is F. One who can inherit.
Here.
An heir. 6 is G. One who receives property through a will.
Devisee.
Devisee. 4 is H. Person named in a will to administer a descendant's estate.
Executor.
Executor. 5 is I. Title acquired by usage.
Involuntary alienation.
When you use somebody's property for a period of time as defined by law.
Go adverse possession.
Adverse possession, 2 is J. Transfer of title without the grantor's consent,
That's involuntary.
Oh, involuntary.
8 is K. Without a will,
Intestate.
intestate, 7
Intestate.
is L. Person named by the state to administer a descendant's will.
Administrator.
That's an administrator, correct. 1 is M. 1 is M.
Okay.
All right, and we can go back to page 84. Go back to page 84 in chapter 5 here. All right, so chapter 5, land. We're going to go over just this definition of land and real estate, and then we'll probably be done today. So let's go over the definition of land. Land, can you guys see this? Oh. Okay, land. You guys see that definition in front of you on the screen?
Yeah.
So land refers to the Earth's surface, including the water and anything permanently attached to it by nature. What's permanently attached by nature? Trees, bushes, grass, things that you don't have to plant every year, like flowers or crops, annual crops and flowers. Those kinds of things, they need to be planted every year, so they're not considered to be part of the land. So everything that extending downward from the surface of the earth to the center of the earth, and everything upward to infinity. This includes subsurface rights, air rights, and water rights. So in the book, we're going to highlight the second paragraph under land, or that says, thus, land may be defined as the earth extending downward from the surface to the center of the earth and upward to infinity, including all things permanently attached to it by nature. That's the book's definition. And then real estate is land plus all man-made improvements. This would include any structures or sewer or water pipes, paved roads, etc., and all the other rights that can go with the property. I like this slide that I made better. Look at that. I even got like my little childlike drawing there. So,
And
the terms land and real estate are used to describe the same thing often, but there is an important difference in their meaning. Look, land is the surface of the earth. It's the surface of the earth and all things permanently attached to it by nature. No, it's not a hand, that's a tree. Like trees and bushes. That's why I have it written here, because a lot of times people can't make out my drawings. I never claimed to be an artist. Like trees, bushes, and grass that don't require that annual cultivation. Everything below the surface and everything below the surface of the earth and everything above it to infinity. Now, the definition of real estate is the same exact thing, except it also includes this little rocket ship looking thing here, which is actually supposed to be a house, right? It's the surface of the earth. This is the definition of real estate, which can be described in two ways. I'm not sure which way they're going to describe it on exam. Hint, hint. The surface of the earth and all things permanently attached to it by nature, like trees and bushes. Everything below the surface of the earth and everything above it to infinity. Plus the man-made improvements that are on the land. So let's look at the definitions I have written here. Land plus the definition of land plus man-made improvements plus all the rights, interest, and benefits that go with it. That's one way of saying it. Another way of saying it is land plus man-made improvements plus the bundle of rights. I'm not sure which is the way that they're going to word it on your exam, but they will. on school exam and state exam, they want you to know the difference between real estate and land. Once again, land is the surface of the earth and all things permanently attached to it by nature, like trees and bushes. Everything below the surface of the earth and everything above it. Real estate is the same definition of land plus man-made improvements and all the rights, interests, and benefits that go with it, or you could say the bundle of rights. So let's go under real estate and highlight the second paragraph. Real estate is then defined as the Earth's surface extending downward to the center of the earth and upward to space, including all things permanently attached to it by nature or by people and all rights and interests in it. And then I want you to write the bundle of rights underneath that in the book. Bundle of rights, because that's another way of saying rights, benefits, and interest. It's the bundle of rights. Now, sometimes people, when I give this definition, I say, you own everything above the surface of the earth to infinity or into outer space. And then you get people that are like, well, does that mean that you could prevent the plane from flying over your house, over your property? I wish, because Newark Airport rerouted the flights a couple of years ago, the flight patterns, and I'm always getting planes flying over. Try to lay down in the backyard and you always hear the planes flying above. So, no. The FAA has exclusive jurisdiction for the airspace, everything above 500 feet above the highest point of your property. So that's why planes are allowed to fly over your house. Okay. Where does it say that? I know it says that somewhere. On the next page. No, I know it says it somewhere. Anyway, yeah, the Federal Aviation Administration has exclusive jurisdiction for all the airspace, everything above 500 feet over the highest point of your property. If it's my property, can I put a skyscraper on it?
No, unless it's
Yeah.
zoned for that zoning.
What's that? Oh, zoning. Oh, yeah. See, we're remembering now. So yeah, we learned about something called zoning regulations, right? That's the powers that the government has that can restrict what we can build on our own property, right? They could say that you can't put up a 2-story or 3-story building or a multi-family house in a single family zone. Look, have you guys ever seen a single family house? A storefront in the middle of a residential neighborhood? There was like a convenience store in the middle of a residential neighborhood. You guys ever see that? Or some kind of commercial property right smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood?
Yeah.
You ever wonder how they were able to get the permit to put that there?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I bet you that it's not new. Because it was there before they created or changed the zoning laws. New Jersey only started creating zoning laws in 1967, I believe it was. We had no zoning laws in New Jersey prior to that. So that property was probably used as a storefront before 1967. So therefore, it's grandfathered for its use. It's allowed to be continued to be used as a store. However, if they stop using it as a store and they just turn it into a house, they will never be able to turn it back into a store again because its current zoning is strictly residential usage. That's how the grandfathering part works. All right. On page 85, one more thing we'll learn. Page 185. The terms real estate, real property, and realty are also used to describe the same thing. And they're used interchangeably, and they are used to include both Corporeal. I actually heard that used in a movie the other day, that word corporeal. It's another word for tangible. Anybody ever hear that word tangible before? A tangible asset. Oop. How come we don't have that here? Look at that. It would help if I had another slideshow in here for that. So the word tangible is something that you could touch or feel. It's an asset that you could touch or feel. I could touch my cell phone. This is a tangible asset because I could touch it. Another word for tangible is corporeal. It's a corporeal or tangible asset. Oh, I didn't need to create a new slide. We already have. Let me fast forward a couple of slides here. See, corporeal is a tangible asset. It's something that you could touch or feel. Incorporeal is another word for intangible. It's an intangible asset. And these are things that are based on emotions, like your views or rights, or interests, such as stocks or leases that have value. Highlight in the book on the top of page 85, corporeal, tangible. Corporeal is just another word for tangible, and highlights incorporeal, another word for intangible. Intangible are assets like views or rights. Can a beautiful ocean view or mountain view add value to your property?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So even though you can't touch it and you can't feel it, it is an asset. So something that you cannot touch and feel is still an asset. Let me ask you another question. You guys value your rights?
Yeah.
I do, right? So can you touch your rights? No. So it's an intangible or incorporeal asset, okay? Your rights. Now, I say leases here. When you rent real estate, if you're a renter, do you own real estate? Do you own real estate when you're renting?
No.
No. But you're occupying somebody else's property. What gives you the right? What gives you the right to occupy someone else's property?
Pay rent.
Leases.
The lease.
Side.
The lease will set down the terms where an owner intentionally conveys their property to you for a certain period of time, a limited period of time, as defined in the lease. So it's a document. The lease is a document where an owner is just transferring their rights to a property that they own for a limited period of time to you as a tenant. You don't own real estate. So what does the lease symbolize? It symbolizes your rights. So it's an intangible or incorporeal asset. Even though you could touch the piece of paper that is printed on it, a lease is not about the paper. It's about what it symbolizes, and it symbolizes your rights. So what kind of asset is a release? Is a lease?
Incorporeal.
It's an incorporeal, intangible, personal property. It's not real property, it's a personal property because it's your rights. The real estate is real property, but your rights to occupy it, it's an intangible personal asset. And on that note, we could finish for the day.